the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the US.
Hello.
So we are going to be talking about some of the contents before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream.
Okay,
so
friends.
Players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more.
I was on the wrong spot on YouTube. We're good now.
But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out. So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd. So
December 3rd?
After the US holidays here for Thanksgiving. So there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of jump into. But I know what we want to do is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So
what is
we're
it?
actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to
Can Dan hear us now?
So Dan, do you want to take over?
Oh, no.
Dan can't currently hear.
All right, what happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, maybe
they forgot to do a mic check.
It's working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first.
Sure.
So Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about
They're
this
trying
last
to keep
week
us in
Adam
suspense
Jackson.
with these mechanics.
Just a reminder, Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So Charles.
Yeah,
take us through it.
absolutely. I'd love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of classes. Let's start with the Barbarian, I believe is the first one up. Yeah, so
gotta go in alphabetical order.
Is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here. Specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to
There sure is a
bigger
D4
bonus,
announcement
and
too.
when you
This
have
is
all of them
for
active, you're
Season
gonna get,
7.
more attack
Patch
speed
2.1.
and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the best.
Leafquake, oh, I absolutely love it. The visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we did on Rogues in the
just
past
double the
with their,
damage, why don't you?
Stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the Earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We've also got a new legendary that talks directly to Earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool.
Elemental conversion in my Diablo 4.
We're going to see some more stuff as we actually get onto the PTR. But I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR. All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
it was just
a pretty good one.
Free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. And that was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this.
Ah, yes, the classic. Everyone is using this. Let's take it away.
And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds. and not just ones who are splashing it in with a Firebolt enchantment. And
You're
so
not
with that in
wrong,
mind,
but I
we-
just
we
hope
did
they
the
have
rework
more
on
in
the
mind than
enchantment
just that.
to increase the or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Oh yeah, that makes
Hopefully
sense.
there's a lot more build variety. after this
Absolutely.
change.
Yeah, that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build.
Is
So
that
an
a dig at
example
Path of
here on
Exile?
Devouring Blaze, you've
might
got
be.
bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies.
Not
no
the
matter how much they're burning
checklists.
for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds.
It's a fair dig if it is, but I really doubt it is.
All right,
yeah.
on to the
A
next
little
one.
too,
We also did
that
some
one's a little
updates
too subtle,
for
I think.
Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these,
But also, yeah,
Mage's Ball
totally
Lightning,
fair.
Wizard's Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some correcting energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stunned enemies. It's really that payoff for.
That makes way more sense than whatever that first Mage's Ball Lightning
Wizard's
is.
Ball Lightning is just
What the
always
hell
gonna
is
be
that?
generating
I never
more
seen that
effective
before in
energy,
my
just more
life.
consistent generation there. All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the Sork, talking about Ball Lightning. So this is actually something interesting we're doing this season where we're making two uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball. Really, you send it
Like
forward,
an actual
it
ball?
goes pretty
That's crazy.
fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style to the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which was kind of slow moving forward.
Joke's on
or,
you, I'm not familiar
if
with
you
Ball
pick the
Lightning at
other
all.
Unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that caused it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique.
All right, that
and
one
also
looks pretty
has
cool,
some,
not gonna lie.
additional bonuses to encourage this kind of play style. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
This is like a fun trade-off now and sort of
Yeah.
how you want to use Ball Lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build. One thing I do want to call out here is the inherent affix on this, right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around and just keep on clicking that Ball Lightning, and you're not going to have to like stop like that, very short half-second stop to cast it. It just feels much smoother, and this is one that you really, this build is just wants to be on the move,
Right.
and that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the
All
Druid
right, I'm
next.
genuinely kind of
So this
interested in that
one,
build.
Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the werewolf.
Disgusting. Get it
I
out of here.
love
Bring the bear
werewolf
back.
builds, and I think they've been.
Ain't no one want no stinky
maybe
wolf.
A little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's
So focused on
history. And
combat
this
feeling
season,
good?
A
Yeah.
lot of our updates are really focused on.
I feel like
bringing-
they've taken a lot of
making
lessons
that
from the
build come up
Spiritborn
apart.
design,
Yeah,
just
pure
from looking at
werewolf,
what they're
right?
doing with
Pure
sorcerers.
mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some like
the thing they were talking about,
rapid
like,
shape-shifting builds, and those are fun.
modularity.
Those are great, but
Kind
pure
of
werewolf,
sounds
was
like
really-
what they did with
wasn't
Spiritborn,
quite
and
hitting the
they're
mark,
just
and so
applying
that's
it
what
to
a
other
lot of our
classes, which
focus
is good.
Let's take a look at some of these updates. So we've got updates to Shred, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds.
More.
So this is, your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core combo, but then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like Rabies. All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now, this isn't necessarily with
I barely
the
know her.
werewolf theme, but still, Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically, the identity was Poison Boulder. Like just a giant ball of poison.
Yeah.
What does that
It's
look
a-
like?
it's a
And what does
stink
that
ball.
do?
Changing the damage type always
Disgusting.
helps sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it too. I'm not sure if we have a video on that. I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah, people will see it on the PTR, but yeah, it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah, and so that one will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because Bloodhowl, as we see, has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but
Just
you still
have
do that,
more
but now
damage
It gives you
forever.
even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt.
Where's the love
hey,
for
we wanna
bear,
really
damn it?
Reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity, and just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff. And this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So
Oh my damn, that's kind of sick though.
aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies.
Well, for the
It was
bear,
fine,
I
but
barely
wasn't
know her.
Too enticing, but now with the
Clearly.
new update here, you actually do
Nobody
more damage with
appreciates
all
the
of
bear
it.
anymore.
And depending on how
Not even
far
Blizzard.
you're traveling for shred, you're gonna do some bonus hits, and it looks so cool. Your werewolf is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe 1 additional strike.
Do
but
you
if
love your
you're
werewolf
at
and
this
her
further distance,
2-hit
as you see in
multi-target
the script,
attack?
You're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past, and you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's gonna be really great for movement, just moving around
Absolutely.
across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been asking for.
I'm
so
just glad
it's cool
someone
to
got
see
that
people
because
kinda, just
I
bouncing
almost
around
didn't
and
say it
such a
because I
good,
thought it might be
with
too
the
niche,
aspect of
but
the Blurred
I remembered
Beast,
who I was
very cool.
talking to,
Yeah,
and
it's
it's an
always great when
isekai,
you
so
inject
good enough.
changing how you play also, right? Because you can
What's up,
imagine,
Viva?
like, launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets.
Yo,
that
wait,
you really wanna
hurricanes
launch
on the
to,
wolves?
that's, like, optimize
Hurricane
that build
wolves?
Yeah.
combat-wise.
What did you
Absolutely.
miss?
This is
Just
one of
balance
my
changes
favorite
right now.
ones in this patch,
They haven't
actually.
talked about the mechanic
Big
yet.
fan of a lot of these druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Reign. So
Yeah,
is a
this looks
combo
cool as
kind
shit.
of,
This is like
legendary,
storm wolves.
combining the
That's
powers
crazy.
of Hurricane and your wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane,
This is
all of your
the-
wolves actually spawn a little mini
Ranga
hurricane
build, dude.
of their own. And
We're
these
talking
will do
anime right
bonus
now.
damage for
We may
each
as
of
well
your
make
active
that
wolves.
reference.
So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them.
They really do be.
And they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get hurricanes, and you just get to shred through the whole screen. with that.
They're going alpha. Oh no, they're not going alphabetically. I think they'll
All
do
right, moving on
Spiritborn
to
last.
Rogue. So this is one
No-
that
nothing Spiritborn yet.
Shadow Clone has been probably the Rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills.
Now we're moving to
and that
Naruto,
was
damn
for
it.
A variety
Enough isekai.
of reasons, and not to get too technical here on the details, but for a lot of the effects that that you have with your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things, historically Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those.
This is
wouldn't
for next season,
necessarily
yes.
pick up all of the bonuses. It wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for like thousands, right?
Yeah.
And so we really looked at that comprehensively and thought, okay, we need to kind of rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your necromancer skeletons, your druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season.
That would be ideal, yes.
Where they're going to trigger all of your lucky hit effects. They're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now, in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your druid companions or your shadow clone critically strikes. But now all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your shadow clone critically strikes and you have Wind Strikers, now your character gets that bonus.
Yeah, that does sound crazy.
Yeah,
what the hell?
I really can't overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not just Shadow Clone, but all of the summons in general across the game.
So including druid companions.
But with
Nice.
Shadow Clone in particular,
Billion damage still marked
we've
as
got
M
a new
until
unique
you
item,
cross 10 billion.
and, this one is Assassin's Stride.
If you hit 10
and
billion, it'll
the
show
effect
10B.
Here works with mobility skills and your shadow imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going to always be shadow imbued with some bonus potency. So they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free shadow imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing shadow step builds, one of my favorite ones with Rogue, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with shadow
correct,
step
Vito.
now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows.
Honestly,
trigger
those boots
shadow
look cool
imbuement
as shit.
explosion,
Shadow
and then move
imbuement's
on
like one of my favorite parts
to the
about
next
Rogue.
pack
It's
of
really cool
enemies.
how everything
Really
explodes.
cool, unique for that kind of build. Additionally, Caltrops, maybe the skill that was the most kind of clunky on control-wise to use.
Thank God.
Seriously.
If you've ever tried to use Caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade.
We've
skill, where you
updated
just
the animation
pick a
by
point on the
removing
screen,
it.
Your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into like a giant mob and going like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly.
Yeah.
So that update, we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing God. I was
hell
like,
yeah.
oh my God, please.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, I'm excited for that.
Caltrop
What
should
was
be
the
so much
new
more
way?
usable now, and we think that this is a really good change going forward.
Yeah.
All right, on to the Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the Overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some an Overpower once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life, and now we're just tacking on a big chunk of Overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these
big
pure
chunk, I see.
blood-based Overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark. And, just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine.
That's a lot of
On to
damage.
the next, we've got
Placeholders.
one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have two uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well, this time in the pants slot. And they're both going to be working with Bloodwave. So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting one Bloodwave out forward, you're going to get two that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd control of it.
Yeah, and it plays super well with that key passive.
Absolutely, absolutely, especially if you want to be using
yes,
for that
the key
big damage
passive.
moment. Now the alternative is Indria's Memory.
That looks silly as hell.
It still shoots the Bloodwave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the targets in a bone prison. So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone.
They look so
a little
silly
bit
doing
less
that little
of the
fall
pure
animation. What
blood
the hell?
and much more about combining the two. Now, additionally, you see we're using some bone spears here, or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, or sorry, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on
Bone
with this
prison,
one, but I think
giggity.
it really comes together
It
to
do be
be a
like that.
very strong build when
What's
you're
up,
using
Swash?
the bone spear and the blood wave, and then casting bone spear reduces blood wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs.
Honestly, I'm way
really
more
makes it a
excited about
really cool
the
build that,
sorcerer
I think synergizes very nicely.
unique that they showed and the druid one.
All right, and so on to
The storm was
Spiritborn. So
cool
we
to-
kind
cool
of,
as shit.
you know,
But now
warned
the
at
important
start,
shit.
You know, Spiritborn, we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes. And
Keplecki
players
has
have
been
fun.
destroyed.
People love playing the Spiritborn.
Long live
very
Keplecki.
powerful. And we really like that, but we do have to recognize, you know, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have like a lot of the
It makes
classes
sense.
outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're
Yeah.
pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race where we just have to continuously sort of ask you, the player, to chew through, you know, 20 different torment tiers because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of.
Yo, was that
our
Lilith statue
target
always
there
that purple?
Is closer to where the other
just
5 classes
get a
are,
bright
and
ass purple light
Spiritborn
on
was
it, or is
just,
that new?
You know, too
Way
high
outside
up.
of that, yeah.
And it's rather than try
think
to
it's a light.
power creep the whole game, we'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest offenders or biggest power points
Every
rather,
time they cut the camera, they
um,
painted a little brighter
on
purple.
the Spiritborn was the Rod of Keplecki here.
I wish that was the
This
case.
one
That'd be
is
really
one
funny.
that, converts your core skills into basic skills, and it used to do reduced damage based on vigor cost, and admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit, where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously, it was 1 to 3%.
They didn't fix
now
the
it'll be down to
Text all the way.
0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot, but still kind of retain the core fantasy. And the core
When
build
cast at maximum vigor, your core skills
of this
consume
item.
all of it to return
Just
to full
won't be
damage, but they already
pushing
do full
quite the
damage.
same trillions of damage that we were seeing
Yes.
before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out here at the above, like viscous shield and things like that, scaling in
Long live
unintended
viscous shield.
unintended ways that were just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations. All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got a new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talons, that causes you a Razor Wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage, and Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. You know, it stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up to as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to like just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see
The last achievement
new
I
legendary
need
aspects, of course, and
for
then,
Spiritborn
and
is
how
to
they
use
actually
Razor
tie back
Wings a
in
bunch
with
of
some the
times,
changes
and
that
I
we're
just can't
doing
bring
for their
myself to
builds.
do it.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused uniques as well.
They nerfed the damage
Ring
by
of
1.
Writhing Moon here. This one would trigger a Pestilent Swarm every 10
They better call that
seconds.
out.
We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the ring slot. So we've reduced that down to every 4 seconds, you'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the vigor generated goes up from 1 up to 3. So a lot more resource generation, because your rings are often resource generated ones, so we want to make sure this
so
is
they
a
nerfed
compelling
all
option
weapons by
compared to
1.
your other choices at the ring slot. All right. So let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm
Yeah, I'm
excited
not gonna
about
lie,
here
I
is
spaced
the
that. I was thinking
ultimate
about the
updates.
damage.
In the previous season, we introduced
I'll
skill
move over
ranks
here
on
for a minute.
ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good. Gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now, when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So, for example, here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage because it's now getting that critical strike damage.
Suddenly, crit damage is actually valuable
if you really
for
build a dedicated
werewolves.
Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect. This is going to be a great way to build around it and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us add more things that incentivize you.
Yeah, wait, was the other one give you a potion when you hit 30 enemies?
So often,
is that what that said?
You'd see, if you just wanted the access to the utility of the ultimate, hey, it's fine to put in 1 point, right? You get 1 point, you get the utility. Maybe
I was too distracted by the werewolves to figure it out in time.
But if you really want to invest in it, we want to make sure
that
that
the bonus
in those skill ranks
for having all 5 is good.
And we think these rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Definitely.
All right, we've also got some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style. That talk
Apogeic Führer. Who comes up with these?
So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
4 additional ultimate skill ranks. That's great.
Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown.
Any Spiritborn who uses Seeker with 15 charges on it?
Casting your ult many times in a row. This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds. All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the unification runes have overflow.
Too late, I already am.
Cost of, many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune. This generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once.
Sir, that definitely says
and you get
sir.
that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generate all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah, so it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is
I thought it was like your character can't move, you're stunned, or you can't cast abilities or something for those 3 seconds, but it's just you don't gain progress.
Where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of the gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good and feels really rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes. We've got
some new runes to show off.
Yeah, so we've got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. It's pretty self-explanatory.
You know what? Name checks out.
Necromancer
Good.
minions, druid companions.
Wait, necromancer minions count? Okay,
rogue
dude.
shadow clones, and even barbarian ancients from some of your effects. Call of the Ancients and some of the legendaries that summon those. Those are all summons. Igni rune will generate.
So wait, you get like
offering,
600 for having
but
6 minions for
stores
5
up
seconds?
Offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually doing about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. There's no way it's 600 offering every 5 seconds.
The rune it's connected to, you get a
That's
big
what it looks
overflow,
like.
you get a big moment of power there. And finally, we've got the Chalk rune that generates, or requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those.
Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt.
It's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades. Yeah. So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of runes.
Yeah.
Lots of rune updates. Lots of changes coming to classes.
Now what's the mechanic?
More changes in the notes that we'll
bring in the guy from the other place.
That will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few.
That one didn't list that it had an overflow effect though. As much as they were talking about overflow, that one didn't say anything.
Changes. I know there's some people going in chat going like, "Hey, I'm noticing like maybe you're giving a lot of offering, and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that." Let us know. Like we want people to try those out, like test it out, so that we have the feedback, so that before we go live with patch 2.1, we can end up making any feedback changes based off of community feedback. So. Lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we
Thank you,
have
Charles.
Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan
I
is
can
actually
hear
gonna
you
walk
now.
us through. Oh,
Dan from Albany, thank you.
I was like, Dan
He's
was
made
just,
it.
like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
Yes, I
what's going
was.
on? But
Yeah, no.
That's a sick
Dan is
jacket, though,
actually
I
gonna
gotta
talk
say.
about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So Dan, do you want to take it away and talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me from sharing this with everybody. So
I respect the effort.
This PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, like,
Yo, we're adding witchcraft to my Diablo game?
Really have those
Heresy, get it out of here.
where y'all are able to test and, show what's working and what isn't.
Not in my Christian Diablo server.
Going to be the first time since season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in season 2, Season of Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your Sanguine Circle. And so
don't you talk about my Sanguine Circle like that.
Could be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now and tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So witchcraft is
witchcraft was that again?
As a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten.
I have no enemies.
Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, this season is about witchcraft, so there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers, and they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel
Wait
to
a
an
minute.
altar. You're going
I know
to
the Affliction
make an
League when I
offering
see
of
it.
Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to
I've been here
witchcraft.
before.
Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. We wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it
Hell
into
yeah, I love
something
menus.
that's very convenient and easy to use. And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you. And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. And you're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for, you know, really special witchcraft that you can find.
But I would say
the other thing is
make
that
a
you
new
can
one.
upgrade
Just farm
your
out 20,
witchcraft directly in
28
that inventory using Restless Rot.
Whisper caches in Dormant 4.
We're streamlining
Make a
the
new character and go
process to,
open them
you
on
know,
the new
make it
character, and
easy
you'll
for
have a new level
players
60.
to equip and upgrade their witchcraft. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor.
I'm shocked.
Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's Favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including items and materials and things like that. In addition, new to this season, you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft. And then you will have new things you can learn from those altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your Coven's Favor rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, you know, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different.
Player housing.
So we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so
it's all just different flavors of conduit shrines
out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And yeah, we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here. And yeah, let us know what you think about it. Now, let's talk about some of the witchcraft itself. You know, we've talked it up a bit. We're going to release.
They should already be buffed.
Over 20 powers.
I haven't tried one yet
season,
though.
And we're going to
too busy in the pit.
Those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular. This is the Poison Frog.
Hey, look at him go.
So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside
I need him.
As its name implies, it will poison your enemies. And, you know, if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously with a lot of poison.
We'll love that. Who wouldn't love that?
A lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom
what is
Orb
that? That looks sick as hell.
A pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches. And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also another favorite at this point. Vengeful Servant. So Vengeful Servant.
Eldritch Ball Lightning. Yeah, it's just one more ball this time with fire damage.
Absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft
Piranado?
I was telling you about. And this is Piranado. So this one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling dervish of fish and destruction. So yeah, that's
it is the witch doctor stuff, isn't it?
You're going to be able to play with soon.
Where's my jar of spiders?
But what good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season?
This is what I was worried about when they said the rep was from Whispers. I thought there just was going to be nothing to do.
Now headhunts are a whisper-driven activity, and so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten, and so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, you know, find the head hunts.
Voices are telling me to go to Howizzy.
Now these are subzone takeovers, similar to Helltides. They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing
Yeet.
whispers
Excuse
has
me,
a
so sorry.
chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems.
Oh,
Let's talk about
oh,
occult gems.
what are those?
Now, we're pretty excited about these.
What?
Occult
I know a skill
gems are
gem when I see
special
one.
socketables
I've been
that
here
have
before.
unique effects that help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot. And so this is a way of basically having them coexist.
This is just Malignant Hearts again, dude.
And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm
Minus
at the end of
armor,
the
minus
season,
50
these are going to
DKP.
disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between,
just kidding.
you know,
Well,
a
minus
royal
90
diamond or
armor
a royal
instead of
skull
minus
and an occult
250.
gem. So all of these occult gems have defense built into
Oh, they
them,
just have both.
so that, you know, really you're
kinda
getting a
sick.
bonus above and beyond, you know, those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you.
That doesn't say it's
Killing Wind.
multiplicative, so probably not that
This is
exciting.
going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might
Don't
benefit
say
you quite a bit.
DKP, Blizz will ban you.
And then finally,
right.
we've got
We gotta keep that
Duststone.
one
This
on
is a
the low.
legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other two I talked about. This is going to boost when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Piranado I talked about before,
Good point,
you're
good point.
going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for, you know, creating a certain type of build. And, you know, we are just really excited to see what kind of combinations y'all come up with. I think, yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. So final thing is, you know, we were doing a
Updated
lot with the Tree of
town,
Whispers. We've got
if
the
you can
witches
call it
around
that.
them, you know. So we thought, well, we should, you know, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've updated the town around the Tree of Whispers.
Oh, just the
we added
Whisper
some more
one.
services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season. And we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you know, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of grim favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone.
Oh,
And that allows you to turn in your grim favor on the spot.
nice.
So that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so, you know, you hit your
You mean this
inventory
Raven
limit, you
can't give
probably
me
won't go
blacksmithing
back to town.
services?
But in the moment,
Why
when
even
you're in a
bother?
flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting. And then finally,
Easily able
we
to farm
felt
pit
like
70?
we wanted
Hell
to
yeah.
expand
Congrats.
the rewards a little bit
Being
more
able to do
for Tree of
$1.5 billion
Whispers.
should
So
be
we've
pretty good.
added ancestral
for that,
caches.
yeah.
It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming PTR. So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank
Agreed.
you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR, and of course Season 7.
I'm actually kind of excited
super
to have
excited for all the
more
Tree Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven. Not
like
having to
another
go
new
back to the Tree
zone
Whispers every
encounter
single
that
time,
isn't just
being
Health
able to turn
Tides.
in Grim
Like I was kind of
Favors
hoping
right
they would
there
add
through
more of
the
that.
Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer. You don't have to walk all the way across to walk all the way back to the waypoint or to get to the vendors and everything. So there's a lot
forgot
of
to
big
use the
changes
upgrade.
with that. And please do.
You're
choose
just
the
min-maxing farming time.
Yeah,
It's
it's
fine.
like, oh, like, why
All
would you
according to
not?
plan.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints
Yes.
as
Yeah.
part of Season 6 or the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, we've people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of like past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about this.
He's just trying not to say Witch Doctor. Is what he's trying not to do.
So players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content
Dan.
that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about. And Mr. Colin Feiner will talk and walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So
Makes
what
sense.
that means is, if you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that
Imagine
230
only
worth of
being
experience is going to get
230.
added to your Eternal, which probably
Couldn't
is going
be
to
me.
level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because we added the really cool Soul Stone. I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but that's the Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like, I have to have it in this season or something like that.
No, I have to have it
in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely.
You want a healer class so badly?
The second one here is now we are essentially tying
getting it early.
unique power. So if you think about like the
Disagree.
Fist of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200.
I
that's
wonder
going to be
how
tied-
they would do a
floor is
healer
going to be
class
tied
relaxed.
to the
Also, it's
amount
good to
of
see again.
Greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have one
Like
greater
maybe not a
affix,
healer,
the
but
floor is
like
gonna
a
go up
support.
a little bit from the 1%.
Like an aura bot
When
or
you
a
get
curse
4
bot type
greater
thing.
affixes, it's going to go up
in
quite a
Diablo. I
bit.
don't know how that
It's
would
not
work.
exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4 GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4 GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
Yeah. It's always great getting a 4GA and then like
And then rolling it.
1%.
Yeah.
And I was just
Okay, so they went with the better option, or the
4GA,
easier
well,
option, which
my
is
1GA
just
one
making
is
them drop
maybe
in the
better
upper
'cause
end.
it
That's
has a
good.
better unique roll. That
I kinda
was
like that.
a moment we felt was really enticing, so we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is, comprehensively, just better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also,
So
if
that should
PoE
help
2
quite a
announcement
bit.
starts, we
And
simply
then,
abandon
I'm
this
gonna
one for
talk about
PoE 2.
one thing
I've been waiting for that one
previously
for
on
longer.
Which
Yeah, there
is ancestral legendaries. They are now going to, when an ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the legendary aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added
minutes,
5
thank
more
you.
ranks to compensate ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an ancestral drops because it's always the best sort of top end ranks of that legendary power that could drop.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I might
we
actually get my
saw
unyielding
lots of
hits next
conspiracy
season.
Theories on Reddit of people going like, "Hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that," and we totally understand.
saw the
because
thread
there's a
he was
lot of
talking
confusion
about.
behind it. We admit that on our end, and
I was
this just
worried
makes
for a
it
day, and
easier
then I
better
realized,
for
yeah, it
players
just
and
doesn't
being
happen
able to
that
grab
often.
it. It's not Colin behind the scenes
It
on a
was.
computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that. But
So it's Colin's fault. I see.
so that most
bastard.
definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for players overall.
Yeah, definitely. And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not gonna be
Honestly,
raining from the
I didn't
sky,
mind
but
them being
it's
pretty rare.
definitely pretty substantial.
Especially now with
increase
their
that, we think
rolls
it's just
being
gonna
pretty
level
high.
up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one, so we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall, but to compensate, we're actually adding a sink for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to.
I like that way better than just increasing the cap a bunch of times.
So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless, right?
Awesome. Yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes or every class has
we don't have
this,
to do them over and over again.
Special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot. And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now,
I'm a big fan of this change. I've done the Spiritborn quest too many times this season.
Normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do choose to do it, but you're going to get that mechanic right off the bat.
That's awesome. And you could still just log into your seasonal character and do it to unlock the class mechanic. We don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always check the time, I'm level 40. I should.
We got an armory before we got a functioning search bar.
Definitely forgotten to unlock my golem on my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we don't have to say this is in development still.
Armory.
Because Armory is coming with Season 7 patch 2.1. So, Colin, want to go through it all?
So I won't need 4 Spiritborns next season. We just get
dive super deep into the
4 different slots.
That one guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature. We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds. It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. You can even name it. What this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your Fireball build, but you got this really sweet Ball Lightning unique, now it's really easy to just save off that Fireball.
Ball Lightning unique's pretty cool.
And you can start building out that Ball Lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecking or anything like that. So you save it. It's yours.
Dude, imagine if it was 99 cents per respec.
Cool quality of life things where we actually.
I know he was talking about gold, but imagine the microtransaction possibilities.
And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right?
Yeah.
So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, you know it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one. So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building this up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all of the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns. It's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that
we got 5 minutes for Path of Exile
if the equipment is in your stash or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be able to really utilize the feature, which I think is great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around, and we think this should open up you know, if you're playing a druid, you don't have to go make another druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your Paragon. So
yeah, and I think one thing I do want to note is because this will be in PTR, we really need people to actually test it. It's a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash, pulling things from other inventories, etc. So want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR. Give us feedback. It's something.
No,
that
just send it live. Push it now.
One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch itself. But for the PTR, it won't actually be. There won't be controller support on it. So I just want to caveat that now for players that are actually that do play on controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and items are related to that. New rune words, reworked rune words as well. We have, of course, all the Season 7 stuff that Dan talked about with the witchcraft powers, and of course our new gems, the occult gems. So we want players to actually jump in and try those out, and with all the quality of life fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump into Q&A before
who's this we you're speaking of?
I forgot. Sorry,
We
I
just
forgot
gotta
about
put this
PTR
right
updates.
here.
I can't even follow my own agenda that's like sitting here on a piece of paper, Adam. But we do actually have some PTR updates really quickly that I do want to talk about because as you guys remember, with 2.1, the prior PTRs, we did character copies before or account copies from your main accounts. Things are going to be a little different for patch 2.1. This is way better for players. If you guys remember back with even the patch 2.0 PTR, we actually did an account copy and it was like weeks and weeks in advance, and people are like, whoa, this is like my barb from like, you know, it feels like yesteryear.
This is so last week.
Now we are giving
Who even plays that
flexibility of
character
players being
anymore?
able to account copy on demand, essentially, for PTR. So with patch 2.1 PTR, there will be a kind of a new button on the UI where you'll be able to actually account copy over to your PTR account. So it'll take all your characters from
2 minutes. I got it
your
open.
normal account
Thank you, sir.
and move them over. There are a few caveats we do want to mention, though, is that it does replace everything once you do that, and you can do it multiple times. So, but each time you do that, it does replace it all. So, if you do bounce between, you know, PTR and like your main account on the normal game servers, and let's say you get new gear, you can move those things over. Just note it's going to wipe everything on your PTR when you do
everything.
If you also utilize let's say you don't actually utilize the account copy over and you actually use the account boost or the character boost that we actually have within PTR, just note that if you do account copy over afterwards, it will also replace those. So just be careful with that. We'll make sure to note that.
Adam Fletcher, I'm gonna
in the
need you to
logs
kick
so
off
players
this
are
Q&A
aware.
soon so I can leave.
But it is just a caveat that we do want to mention for players, but it does allow for way more flexibility of being able to carry that stuff over.
definitely.
There we go. But new additions for the boosts and that we have for PTR. Obviously, we'll end up having the new unique items within the character boost that will be available in Season 7 PTR. We'll have, you know, witchcraft powers, the witchcraft progression items that we had talked about earlier as well. So those will be all part of the PTR boost. So it gives you guys the tools of being able to test everything and getting us feedback for anything that you guys.
I wonder what's about to
change,
happen to their viewership in 45
Season
seconds.
7, and patch 2.1 actually kicks off. Cool. Now we can go to Q&A.
Yeah, go to Q&A. Whoop. Have fun with that. Wow, what a good Q&A. Thank you, Diablo 4 Twitch chat, for all those incredible questions. Now, let's get to the main event. Now, honestly, there was some pretty exciting stuff in there. But honestly, I've been waiting for Path of Exile 2 since, what, 2019? So I'm a little more excited about this announcement stream than the other one. Also, if you're watching someone react like me or any other streamer, make sure you have Twitch open to this Twitch channel so you get the drops.
Your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear They're the whispers.
If I hear something whisper, I'm shooting.
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth.
Yeah, Dolman.
Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Is that what kids are calling it these days? I forgot about the cleave memes. Yo, is that what the monkeys look like now? Damn. Damn.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Yo, he said fuck.
On my back, blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready.
For free?
It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
He does have a mean cleave.
Captain!
Captain. What?
Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Yo, wait, is this the Maven dude?
You'll be
The envoy?
Here.
Ugh.
What is it?
Never saw it come.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Can I just have some SpaghettiOs? For free? Ugh. My assumption is that's what the thing in the cage is, whatever the thing on the logo is. Oh, hi.
I'm Jonathan Rogers.
What's up,
Game
Jonathan?
Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Do we have in-game?
Is a thing of beauty.
precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of
Valid.
life must be protected at all costs. Some have said my methods are brutal.
Man just Sparta'd himself.
I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
That's 4. I was really worried they were going to change that character select screen. I'm glad they kept it. Pretty sure I just saw Wombo with a pillar for a weapon.
And I will do what I must.
Yo, what is that? The Atlas? Or is that just the world map? Yo, we got Ubisoft Towers confirmed. Breach is in the game too. Glad they didn't take out the best mechanic. They're borrowing from everything.
Obsessed with death. Let them soon be acquainted with it.
Is that a Templar? Oh, that's where the hands came from.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot.
Can't believe it's already
But
been
in
5
bits and
years.
pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
I didn't expect us to get any information about endgame today.
Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Run away! Scary, scary.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains.
Bro, internet, why?
Of the Vasteri Desert.
Thank God.
And
Please.
delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city.
Bro, internet, why?
Challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures.
Yo, we got the
roaming
Jake Paul
merchants,
versus Mike Tyson stream here.
On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
Why now?
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look
6?
at them. The Monk is a fast and furious.
Alright, we gotta try that one more time.
Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll
Yo,
want
that's
to use a
literally the
wide
bell from Monk in D3.
variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
Yo, is this just me or is it what in the damn prime? Okay, it's not just me, thank God.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing.
Aha! Oh, I thought it was my fault. Woof! We're good. My damn small town New England internet did not cause the difficulty today. I can't tell if that's the music's meant to sound like that or if it's part of the technical difficulties. I think it might be supposed to sound like that. Well, we got to see 0.3 seconds of monk gameplay and saw the bell. They only showed 4 classes in the little like pre-trailer thing, but I guess we have 6. Still confused about who the blue-eyed man was in that first trailer. Though I feel like Envoy is a pretty good guess, or someone like him. But then, why was he trying to kill people? Because that's not really his thing. Semper accidentally disenchanted a piece of gear he was saving for later.
Just what are we facing here?
Oh.
Precious. Those who
Power
Or,
tends to harm.
okay, there, we got there.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2.
Let's just leave it right here. Whoever's controlling the playhead, just leave it.
The Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique
I might have to play Mercenary. That crossbow looks so cool.
It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll
And
need to
lost
pick a
battles, it
class.
seems.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2,
Yep, the
you'll want to use a
bell.
wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in
I really
PoE 2.
like that menu, not gonna lie.
You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power
Just
charge.
built-in
Then we
culling
use a
strike.
different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes.
Bro only has 2
The Monk
flash
also has
charges
a variety
right
of abilities to
Or 2
empower his
flashes.
staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
I thought people weren't going to be clearing screens at a
Now, if
time
you
in
like a
PoE
style of
2.
melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge
Yeah,
roll out of
it looks
any
really good.
time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries,
Even
and
those
shield
slow
skills.
attacks didn't look that bad to use.
Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede. to
On a
do
face
huge
looks like the
amounts
game
of
you've been
damage.
dreaming of. Hell yeah.
The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double
Get
any
outta here.
slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While
Yo,
holding
spell
up your
block too?
shield,
That's
the stun
crazy.
meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
So there's limits.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full
Ooh.
damage immunity from the front.
Actually insane.
The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have
Yeah,
built-in
I
abilities like
felt
Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby
ambivalent
enemies and
about
trigger
that when they
aftershocks
announced
like
it.
those from the earthquake. But you can also get ancestral
But
warrior
being able to
totems,
block
which
all
allow you to
damage
use
from the
any
front while
slam
shield
skill in
charging,
your
that's kind of
repertoire.
sick.
This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into.
Oh.
I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my ancestral warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
Dear goodness.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat.
I don't know, the
Both
melee
skills have
looked
a
a lot
variety of lightning,
cleaner
poison,
than
ice, and physical
I was
attacks.
expecting.
Lightning attacks bounce around between targets.
PoE
You can also
2,
stick
that's
lightning
right.
arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat.
Either ends up meaning combat never gets that
Ice
fast or block
attacks allow you to
becomes
slow
pointless.
and freeze enemies to keep them
Yeah,
away
we'll
from
just have to see.
Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take
Is
advantage
it
of
21
every
abilities
situation.
per weapon type?
By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
Dear goodness.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different.
It's me again.
In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full.
Not again.
Use charges for. Charms use charges for. Charms are a new
Charms.
item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The
So it's just like
Mercenary builds a
auto-casting
crossbow
utility
that can be loaded with
flasks, I
different
guess?
Ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers.
You have my attention.
But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
I might have to play Mercenary first if Druid isn't
Use
in.
Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in.
Turns out the minimum range is not that big though, so they were shooting pretty close to themselves.
You'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety.
This is one of the biggest things I've been excited for.
Very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army.
Oh no, dude,
so
I'm all about
unsummon
that.
some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the
I know
ability
we've
to
seen Flame Wall in
automatically
PoE
swap
1, but it
weapons
looks
to
way
certain
cooler in
skills.
PoE 2.
Having a special
With
staff
the lightning
with bonuses
and
to
shit.
fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For
Cast
example,
on
you
Ignite.
could grab the Cast on Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast to the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes.
That's so much lightning,
Those are
dude.
the characters that will be available at the start of early access. But we will
Wait,
be
was that
adding
already
6
6
more
classes?
character
I thought that was
classes
5.
with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all
Naturally.
these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage. Or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is
Shoot the
possible
bell!
yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2
new
is a system of
Roas
support
looking
gems
like
that can be
birds
combined
is
with
actually
active
insane.
skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations,
that's actually
you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can
How could you possibly know all of them?
Socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface.
I think that was a jeweler's orb that automatically made it 6
people's armor, make minions explode,
sockets.
make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of
He's
builds,
talking about
let's
mine.
talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same
Not
tree.
a huge fan of that level up sound.
Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here.
Your boss is on D4
Almost
with
all
these.
the starting nodes will be useful for your
Congratulations.
character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret,
The
you'll
hooded
be able
one.
to
Oh, that's
reset
just his
any
name.
nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes.
Rest in
each
peace,
cluster,
regret
you'll find
orbs.
small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely.
Oh, damn.
Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
So that accounted for
In order to get
shotgun
between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate
projectiles
nodes
as
in the
well. They all
attribute
bounced off the wall.
highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might
That's
need.
also insane.
You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a
See, I
downside,
came back.
and often require change. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Okay, new idea.
Or how about
We
Mind
have to
Over
do
Matter,
that.
which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around. but
Also,
if you're
Mind
up for
Over
the
Matter is
challenge,
just
they can
all
be very
mana or all
rewarding.
damage. That's crazy.
As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's
Can you
passive
dual wield
tree
crossbows?
is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps
Yeah, we
you
have
could a
damage
full
numbers
curse
on the
setup your
boss
witch
meters.
to debuff enemies before switching to a Chaos Degen build for maximum damage.
What a time to be alive.
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too.
New player onboarding with
On
those.
the map, you can see icons
Yeah.
that indicate
Depends
many
on, I think,
optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts.
Depends
and
on
others
how
have
well the
powerful
UI
items.
explains it, I
If you're
guess.
having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to
King of the
acquire
Mists
a
is now in
permanent
Act 1
additional
mode.
Spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from Spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now, we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression.
Itemization!
That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod.
That crossbow
You
has
can
an
then
extra
apply an Orb
projectile
of
for grenades
Augmentation to add a second mod,
on the implicit.
then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some
Excuse me, so
Exalted
sorry.
Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1,
Okay,
so that you
okay.
can use them throughout your campaign playthrough.
So we can just
We want you
slam
to find
stuff
things
all
on
the
ground
time?
that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
That makes so much more
Another
sense than it
important area
currently
of
does.
crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to
Yo,
exchange
Alva's the new currency
items with
exchange.
other
Let's
players on
go.
an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee.
It's just in time.
Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable.
I miss nerfs.
We never bind anything to your character
W account name.
except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger
That's
things
actually a
that
funny
can
set of
fundamentally
boots.
change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
Oh.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed.
Yep.
Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
So worried about the push-pull of gold to
progression system
disenchant and the
you can do
frequency
during
of
the
orb
campaign
drops at
is
the side of
Ascension.
disenchanting? I
Starting
mean, they
in
said
Act
they'll
2,
be
you will
making
come
the
across Ascension
currencies drop
trials, tests that you
more.
must
We'll just
complete
have to
unlock
see
your
how it
Ascension
actually works
class.
out, though.
We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each
Yo,
class
the
has
new
access
lab.
to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can
Yo, the witch
drastically affect how you
ascendancies look
build your
cool as shit.
character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply shock. Make a shock build from any skill.
Dear goodness.
Alternatively, you could
Everyone's
become
gonna
a
take that.
Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with time freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
I'm already
Or with
Tracer.
Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks.
Any types of cash
Valor
heal.
allows you to explode the corpses
28 of
your
them from
enemies.
Torment 4.
And with Great Wolf's
So make sure
Howl,
you
can
you
ignore the
open them on the
cooldowns
new
of your
character,
war
because
cries.
that's how you get the
Let all that
XP
anger
from it.
out.
Ignore war
The
cry
Titan
cooldowns.
class
Dang.
is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Titan's what you're playing?
As a
I don't
ranger,
blame
you
you.
might
It looks
choose
sick.
to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions.
He said something about
allowing her to
ignoring
spend her
accuracy
flask
rating, but that's
charges
not
to
what that
throw
note said.
explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows
I wonder
her
if
to
the dot
move
cap
much
is
more
the
quickly
same in
while
PoE
firing,
2.
while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound.
She
companion.
is the Infernalist.
The Hellhound sets enemies
No
on
one is
fire,
more infernal.
as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can
That is a
turn your
long
mana
ability.
into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon.
Damn.
While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
Or stack even
also
more
become a
damage,
blood
because they can't kill
a
you if
master of
you're
life and
killing them already.
All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage.
Dear goodness.
A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I shall
I am the
will
Knight.
allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of
It's a
spirit for
chalupa.
darkness,
Let's go.
a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will
That was
deal
plus
extra
5 to
chaos
maximum
damage from all
darkness
the
per level.
darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well.
Wow.
Another node you can take is Waking
Into the
Dream,
Breach.
which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach demons.
Oh, I thought it was going
There
to
you
summon
will
one.
see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job
I wanted to
do,
know what the
but
node
which
after
job
that
suits
was.
You might choose to become a Witch Hunter.
Which hunter was that?
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Damn.
This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So
I
those
feel
are
like
the
I have to
ascendancy
play that
classes
one.
For the start of early access.
That one looks
But
cool
one
as
thing
shit.
we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the trial of the
I gave
Sekims,
Arasha
a
that
grueling
title
gauntlet
pretty
that will
freely.
Test their strength, will, cunning,
Or was
and
that her?
patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
This is looking suspiciously like lab.
In the trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very
Okay,
careful.
it's not like lab at all, thank
Each
God.
hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks. But if
This
you run
is
out of honor,
Sanctum.
you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose
It's
how you wish
literally
to proceed.
Sanctum.
Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot.
No, take the points
The
first.
keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of
Have
the
you learned
floor.
nothing?
We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys.
Where
Let's use
there's
the
a
altar of
golden
ascendancy.
key, there must
Your
be
first
a
ascension will
golden
allow you
chest.
to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sycamores is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension
we have
with
options.
just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
At least it's not like a tiny little ring we stand in like in the maps. Yo, we got elevators.
After each
That's
room,
crazy.
You need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top
Can
of
we
each other
ascend
and
after
can
one
become
wave?
overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another
Yo,
requires
that
you to
enemy look
escort
cool
the
as shit.
stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through
What
the
is
first
that?
3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sycamores, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take. But
What do you
talk
mean
more about
archetype
that when we
benefits?
get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Oh, endgame.
So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the
What
rest
about
of
the
the
second
campaign
3?
for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome.
He's not wrong.
So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame?
I can accept that as
To
a
explain that,
temporary
I'll hand over
measure.
to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between.
Did they get a new studio, by the way? I didn't think about it.
Each mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas.
It looks so cool,
serves
dude.
as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here.
It's delved but sideways.
Has blighted the land, and
Finally.
your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign,
Oh
and we
my
have dialed the
damn.
randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face
I don't
in
think
each
Path of
map are
Exile
totally
2 is that
random,
slow
and
anymore.
The combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting
What if you fail
monuments
all of
that
the maps?
irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can
I'm gonna
even
need them
use
to
your
speed that
currency
up
items to
by the
craft
time
them
it
on
hits
the fly,
early
so
access.
you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Oh, so you can, the higher tier ones are just Exalt Slams with the categories.
This is incredibly powerful.
Or I guess
since it
Regals,
allows
I
you
mean.
to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges.
So we can only have
There
half
are a
as many
variety
bad
of
mods
factors
as
you have to
in
consider when
PoE 1.
crafting your
I'm okay with
waystones.
that.
Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the in-game world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be
It's
found.
all good. I appreciate you hanging
These
out, Viva.
strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise.
Oh, yeah, it's
an
just on the map.
undisturbed
Yeah,
island
that's crazy.
Full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free.
For
In addition,
free.
you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp.
Now, what about the
Clear
div
these areas
cards?
of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit, and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things
So it's
to
like the
find,
thing from
so
last
keep
Epoch.
looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by
alright.
corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree.
Yo,
The
there's a
points
whole
here
different
will allow
section?
you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each
So you
different type
could
of content
theoretically
in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees
clear up
in
to the
order to
areas
make it
where
so
the
you don't
bosses
feel
are
the
and
need
have
to
like 10
respec
of them
your
ready to
points
go.
when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come.
Goodness.
Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach.
Let's
If you
go.
played PoE 1, you might be familiar with
The high
Breach.
res hand.
For PoE 2, we have created sequels
Oh,
to
I'm
several
familiar.
PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need
Yeah,
to
I
kill
am
the
getting
demons that
overwhelmed,
pour
but this
forth.
is gonna...
The faster you can kill the monsters,
We
the more
still got 2
monsters you
weeks
will
to think
find,
it all
and
through.
the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets.
Yo.
Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas.
Oh, I thought it
Breaches
was
will
like
drop
a breach specialized waystone. Never
Clicking
mind.
on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains.
Yes, this is
In
exactly what I
addition,
want.
like
Thank
all
you.
items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters.
No, that's not
extra
even
class
just for the breach
hands,
stuff.
or
That's
even
for the whole
monster
map.
density of breaches,
Unless
allowing
it
you to keep
specifies.
them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts. Items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific
So that's where they
mods.
come from now.
You can also find breach rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by
But
catalysts
excuse
up to
me?
50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game.
As
giving
they
you some
should
good
be.
motivation to
Hell
face the
yeah.
demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be
300, oh my
breachstone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
Yo, we do get to fight them. And that's also how you say the name. I was never sure. So he's the creepy hand man. He's got finger guns.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself.
We got the
Rest
most
assured,
important one first.
this is
That's
some
what
of the
matters.
hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system.
But wait, there's more.
Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain.
So it's
while
like
the large nodes
ascendancies
have
for
more
each
specific
mechanic.
Bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast.
Awakener for Zesht.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual
Man, there's
altars
still gonna be a
demand
Q&A
tribute.
after all this.
Every
I
monster you
forgot
slaughter
that.
in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more
That's a
altars.
beefy looking crossbow.
Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you'll be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets,
So
which can be
scours
used
do
to
exist.
specialize into getting more rituals.
Sort
If
of.
you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual
While you don't
section
play
of the
PoE,
Atlas
these
tree.
editions are huge. What's up, Uni?
Some maps have been touched by
They are
insanity.
huge.
A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through
Now
the
is
looking
probably
glass
the
and
time
you'll
to do
find
that,
your
Dagon.
nightmares coming to
It
life.
feels like this is
When you
directed
touch
more
a
at people
mirror,
who
the
haven't played a
mists
whole lot of Path of
Delirium
Exile
spread
1.
out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within
Like,
the
there's
mist
some
to
new info,
maintain
but
the
it's
nightmare,
pretty
which
self-explanatory.
is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase
Yeah,
the
Uni,
rewards
this
that
is
drop.
looking
However,
bananas.
the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The Mist also offers a strange crafting material, Distilled Emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulets with
Anointing.
a notable from the passive skill tree. This
Except
is
we
like
don't have to
gaining
talk to
an extra
Cassia
passive
anymore.
point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled Emotions can also be used to instill your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards.
So they're delirium
allowing you
orbs
to
too.
further juice your in-game
What
maps.
is this?
The
Some kind of
tablets
Path
you
of
can
Exile
find from
too?
Delirium can be used to further improve it.
True.
Increase pack size, make the fog
This is Path of
dissipate slower,
Exile
or improve your
2.
progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium.
As well.
Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive
is a
loot at the
tiny
end of
arena.
each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the Mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete
Yo,
the
Omniphobia
simulacrum,
actually
you
scary?
will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition.
Fuck! Why did they have to
Occasionally,
bring
while
this one
clearing
back?
corruption, you will
Is that a
encounter these
capybara? Of course those bastards will skin
The
one.
Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives
wanna
as
do
best you
this.
can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
No, that's what I... No, Delve is the Atlas.
You can also find remnants,
It's Delve but
the
sideways.
destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic.
Was
You can
that from
also
the Twitch
find tablets
subscriptions?
to increase the number of expeditions and the
I did see those
rewards.
going crazy in the
This
chat
one
when that
increases
happened,
the
but
radius of
I wasn't sure if
explosives,
that... I didn't think
while
that was
this
the
one
case or
increases the number of
cause.
remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks.
No,
You
there
might
aren't.
find
Don't lie.
dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet.
But
The
wait, there's
trials we
more.
talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame too. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores,
Oh, those ones.
you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms
So
and a
ritual
floor
and
boss that you will
sanctum.
need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the
so
tree,
Sanctum
so
is-
it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
Sanctum is the
There
only
are
place
also
to get
other types
those.
of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself.
I imagine some of them
In order
are going to be
push further
basically the
into
timeless
trial
jewels.
and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items.
What do you mean, of course? We couldn't craft those in PoE 1, could we?
If you can complete the entire trial, overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you
It's
use
original,
it, you
so.
will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run.
Rip.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards.
Classic.
At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add
At least it's not all of them.
allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A
Yo,
body
that's
armor
gonna
can
be
get up to
insane.
3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like
Okay,
all
okay.
in-game content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door.
I
Some
wonder who
say
the
this
boss
where the
is.
Trial Master himself resides.
Yeah.
Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because
No.
there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress.
That is an
emerged from
imposing looking
underground,
fortress.
surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by
This
an
sounds
uber-hacked
loose.
boss.
Okay, I'm
You
not
can
gonna
see
say
one of them
that.
inhabiting the city, but in order to fight
I wouldn't
him,
want to
you
accidentally
first need to
spoil
defeat their
something,
2
but
lieutenants in the
it
adjacent
sounds like
zones.
something familiar.
Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again.
Also, it
Kill
kind of sounds
all
like
the
an
other bosses
upgraded
and you will
bandit
gain
quest.
access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it?
Of course.
there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your
Can't
challenges
have
for
enough.
PoE 2.
Oh, hi, John.
As you can see, this
Or
project
Jonathan,
is
excuse
crazy
me.
huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE
Where there's a
supporters who have
supporter
spent more
key.
than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free.
Hey, let's
Anyone
go.
else who wants one can
$480.
Get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been
Or
released to the store.
$30.
If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store.
If
But
that
we also
bird
have
is
a variety
adorable.
of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where
Oh,
you can
really?
use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack
$480.
contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment, which has
Lower
an
than
alternate variant
anticipated.
depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack, you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Veil of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the
That's
hunting
adorable.
grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
You're good to go. Same. We're in there. We made it.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords.
Ah yes,
For those who want to
Zweihander.
decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The
Nice.
pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble.
As he should.
Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Paragon supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradon's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradon, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought.
Was that a
travel
hideout?
across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however
Yep.
you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or
Not again.
use decorations from elsewhere in the game.
Not gonna lie, I
Additionally,
feel like the wiggling of the platform would
additionally,
be
you'll get the Deshret's Blessing level
a little
up,
annoying. Whoa.
the King of the Faradon Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features
That
an
armor
armor
is
set
sick, but
and
that
back
supporter pack is gonna
themed
be like
around the Vile.
$250.
You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin.
The damn quality keeps changing, but I don't want to
You
put it
wouldn't
on
think to
one
put
like
sacrificial gems
720
on
and just
Kiwi,
leave it.
but the Vile did.
Ew.
Thaumaturge of the Vile supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of and the Statue of Dominus.
Bruh.
And the Statue of
Bruh.
Dominus.
Stop it.
This is also the first pack you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one,
720
you
it
can
is.
opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war.
I thought we killed him. Damn.
Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp?
If only it wasn't
Place your
$500.
crafting bench in your hideout with the
Or
ancestral
250, whatever
canoe
this one
crafting
is.
bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
So we do have a crafting bench. Just casually including that in there.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces.
The mace
A
one's
true
pretty damn
Karui
sick.
warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power.
I mean, it looks sick.
Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose.
No way. They finally give us boats.
See fit to best represent your well-earned hideout.
And it's in
Everyone in your hideout can use their
a
own
damn
boat.
supporter pack.
Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful
That's
mosaic
toxic.
piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Ray-class supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Ray-class's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Ray-class supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely.
Everyone pick Mage Blood.
Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
I'm really tempted to skip the Q&A because they always go for like 2 hours with this shit. But also, I feel like we should just hang out because it's Path of Exile 2, you know? Now, that was a crazy amount of information. Also, that's probably a little loud.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A.
That was faster than I thought.
Enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure. We've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when
that was an hour and 20 minutes.
Feel like it was just limping along and kind of just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like there is enough content because it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and the half the classes, but. You've made a decision here, clearly, that's got the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that
Yo, they got the puzzle box.
So that's
That one was mine.
Kind of what we have to make sure of. So
They forgot to mail it.
Kind of said, okay, well, like, what is the minimum number of like different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that you feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, you know, and their campaigns intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Like, let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and like, it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, you know, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like, okay, like, so we're you know, we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten, you know, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, you know, that we you know, it's like pens down, everyone, we're stopping work on this, we're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. Like, that was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure, for sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, you know, like environment art team, it's like, you know, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap, you don't want to scrap.
Right on time.
Just stop it. We're doing something else.
Just on time for the Q&A.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, like, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years? Like,
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this epic journey, whereas none of them, you know, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time. Where
They've been working on it for 6 years, and by next year, people will be clearing the whole thing in like
all of that. But for a lot of these people, a lot
4
of these
hours
developers,
tops.
Yeah, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. You know, we talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing.
Give me £10,000 back, you free game.
If you're not competing with yourself, then, I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
Well,
as I said, I just think it would
that's what they want you to think.
Well, without that.
But did you see the new supporter packs?
It's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
Yeah, what about designing the game for me?
Different axes as well. Like, just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content. So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like,
and that's why we have multiple ways to ascend, I guess.
And it is expanding in other games and stuff, but yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have it. You know, we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like
the Return of Awakener 8, except it's Chalupa, Uber Chalupa this time.
Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people. A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards? Like, as to what it's going to be, because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is
The
that we were
one-time
like,
scope
okay,
creep was a
when we
good
make
thing.
an area,
Because if it was another one of
it needs
those
to be
pseudo
like
sequels, I would have been
theme
kind of
where it feels
underwhelmed.
unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike. And
Shout out to my boy Chatters.
And I remember, I mean, I even got some push.
Poor Caleb.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100 on a
Look at
set
Mark's
probably
socks,
later,
dude.
several more
Those are
100
sick.
once all the end games, everything start to evolve, and more expansions comes
Bro,
out.
we got boats. It's just behind the $500 supporter
we
pack.
just made, you know, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, you know, attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, you know, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again...
So it's his fault we're still waiting.
The scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, you know, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like there were times way back in the original
They're giving
office,
out
there was all
company
this, like,
secrets right here.
Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, you know, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2.
So it had the longest development time of anything else in Path of Exile 2.
Like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, you know, point where we're about to deploy early access. You know, not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, you know, coming into a release, and I think especially for, you know, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, you know, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that you know, like. Yeah, like it's tough, and honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact because
I'm shocked.
we release
Them?
you know content for PoE 1 all the time.
Cocky?
And I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game
Never.
released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like wow, there's way more stuff there, and like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like. I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to you know, to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Yeah, like obviously it's nerve-wracking, you know, coming up to coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and you know, like it's always comforting when, you know, I mean, we had a live event in LA recently. You know, people, you know, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. You know, so like I'm really, I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing a, you know, almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
The new meaning to the term elevator
I
boss.
thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out.
Viva, I respect your ability to have that opinion, but
yeah, it's been
I think there is a little such thing as a little too much negativity.
Got so much for us now to play around with in the beta, and it seems like originally I was thinking, you know, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then you know, maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. I mean, look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. So yeah, there's, and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, yeah, it should be pretty significant. I mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, you know, are going to be, you know, like how PoE 1 leagues are, where you play them for like, you know, a reasonable amount of time, and then, you know, sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So
and you can feel how you feel,
you have to have enough of a base,
but like how much of it needs to be typed out
people
is what I'm saying.
Wondering, like how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions.
It's like my
around
homie
that.
Thumper said.
So
if you can't say nothing nice, sometimes it's better not to say nothing at all.
So we are going to be having new like leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because, you know, we want to make sure that all of the, you know, effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league. And effectively, after
like, I don't mind some
release,
criticism, but
will stick around.
like I said, sometimes there's too much.
Everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it will be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, you know, like then you can go right ahead and do that. But you know, the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which you know, all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So yeah, that's you know, no doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's
that
the idea.
people will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of.
So wait, did they say the early access characters are still going to exist? That's okay. You're good, Viva.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Just
and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So you know, I guess.
I'm just excited for what I'm hearing about. Is all.
Talked about like the you know, playing for a week or how long are we expecting? Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the, you know, a lot of the PoE 1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, you know, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items.
Joke's on you. I'm doing that the first moment I get access to the game. We're starting the 7 million line build guide.
For me, I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course, they do.
We'll have it done in 90 minutes.
So remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE 1's.
I thought it looked a little bit bigger. I didn't want to say anything though.
That, like, it's not going to be this, like, even, I personally, when a PoE 1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but
it's okay. My hype is indestructible.
Time period you can play
Don't you worry.
Still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
Bro, I'm actually so excited after that announcement.
As many
I just want to try it.
I am very excited for that.
But I'm torn between the mercenary for the American dream of the shotgun crossbow,
I think I'm like,
or
maybe 60%
the monk for the
40%
chalupa build.
Discovery and that's my play archetype. So
coming up with our player profiles and Timmy spikes and things like that for Path of Exile characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think. What's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos? What's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that
we're trading in
chat
alts.
might turn into 1E because 1 exalt. Given that exalt is
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way. Like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE 2, like
let's go.
Increase that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, like.
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
I miss trading in exalts. Saying something costs 10x is way cooler than saying it costs 10 div.
It's a new economy, right? Like, who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun.
The free market will fix it.
So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like, we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that, like, all of the things, like, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be scramble of, like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and, like, that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gyms work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that, like, there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect.
I was actually really surprised when they said you can only have one of each support gem on your entire character. I think that's going to make having a lot of abilities way more interesting. You can't just put GMP on all of them.
Thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 synergies, like actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's a
all
bit
that
unhinged.
stuff. It is a bit, but you know, we like a challenge. I mean, you know, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the
It's too late now. Cat's out of the bag. They already made the marketing.
As people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming out pretty frequently. Just because, you know, we have all the stuff that we kind of, you know, got a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the druid out. Like, we announced it. We've talked about it. It's a lot of fun.
I want them to get the druid out
as soon as we can. You know, the huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. You know, there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been, you know, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, you know, or adding certain content where they may, you know, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. And where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you know,
am I going to play today? Yeah, once this Q&A is done. I'll get up and stretch, and then I'll do my 1.5 billion XP. I still got to get 300 before this comes out.
To be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important.
Yes, sir. 1.5 billion.
You're never going to seem like you're doing what people
should get us there with a day or
that.
two to spare.
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also you know, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, the actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live.
It was very convenient that an event started when the mid-season patch came out to give us Mother's Blessing, so we're actually getting XP much faster now. It's great. Not much faster, but like enough to make a difference.
Directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we, you know, before we released PoE 1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. Like,
did they have projects before PoE 1?
We can do live service better than anyone else.
I never thought to look.
And so, like, getting back into that again, you know, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, you know, certainly in less time than, than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
Perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that
I am.
That's just
I've spent enough money, so I'm just in.
I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and
if I hadn't done that, there's just a $30 supporter pack to get in.
We mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken.
So either way, I'd be doing that. Yeah.
That's obviously pretty useful to me, right? Yeah. Plus, we have other systems in there, like you know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, you know, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of, you know, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, you know, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, you know, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions.
I still want to know what happens if you fail all of the maps that you have available on your,
and so when you're on that fine line of like, you know,
your
things
atlas.
are difficult, you know, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, you know, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Gotcha.
And
Appreciate you hanging out,
we've
sir.
seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was that no? I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's.
I could have sworn I watched a video from Tai today, and I think it still had 5 flasks. So when I saw they only had 2 on that video, I was kind of surprised.
When actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at end game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, you know, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at end game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the you know, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, you know, like it's like, you know, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage.
All right, but that's the last one for the day.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But you know, so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, you know, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, you know, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like the actual, it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more like life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
I kind of missed half of the explanation of how the charm thing works, the automated stuff.
Locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do? You
can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want. Yeah, because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like, you know, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But yeah, I think the system as it works now just it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily
Yeah, so we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. So you know,
yo, it just works this time.
And yeah, I think it works.
That's crazy.
Good, so I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think. I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one.
But no one is happy about giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this, whatever.
My guess would be attack speed.
yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like, it's outrageous.
But again, I could see how that would be too powerful.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's
No,
probably
but
too much.
no,
That's
you-
too
you-
much.
Yeah, see, it's the first thing you go to.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it. We'll just have it out
You've-
again.
you've
We'll just
had
have it
this
out
whole-
again.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day. You're like,
I keep getting distracted by the stuff on the shelf behind him.
But then accuracy.
Like, I want that exalted
orb,
orb, damn it.
3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Bro, that'd be funny to
rewinding
see.
A little bit. We can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now, I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here.
I'm shocked.
Which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But
What's up, Dad?
Everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1
How's it going,
again,
Mr. Semper?
for the February league. And you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like, one
Have
of the
you been
things
watching?
that, was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project.
Yeah.
Is that you know, you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things,
Watch until Q&A.
I actually think it's
Understandable.
easier to prioritize in some respects because
Funnily enough.
you know, it's just like it's all that stuff is then you know, is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah.
What class are you playing, sir?
You know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Or I should say, what's the first one you're trying?
Game, and then that needed more resources, and then of course combined with the fact that
Maybe Elemental Monk.
you know,
Gotcha. I was thinking either Chaos
things
Monk
obviously
or
change. There are unpredictable things in the environment. We
the
can't
Gemling
necessarily guarantee.
mercenary.
And then of course you have, you know, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables.
I'm
to
sorry, I
consider,
shouldn't call it
and
Chaos Monk.
we
I
also
mean
don't know
the
how
Breach
much
Monk.
time is going to be invested
Much more
necessarily
important.
or need to be invested into live operations for post-release.
Much
how many
cooler.
problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems.
Hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like
we don't have to see all the fires.
Yeah. Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept. But it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or 2 of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know,
safe.
No one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean.
Suddenly we gotta go check them all again.
I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am
Well,
liking
maybe
my
that's okay.
mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're gonna nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this when he's
Stay away
just
from my
finding fires
Grenada.
already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 2 PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
Be Vessel Hatred on HC. Woohoo!
So, we saw a
Congratulations.
to put it lightly, it was pretty. That was quite.
I'm proud of you, Dad.
I know it's been cooking for quite some time. And
What build were you doing?
Exciting. We've also seen just a lot of story
Monkey Thorns
stuff
again?
happening on a much higher.
Oh, all right. Good luck, sir.
Previously now, so stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1.
Oh, thank God.
There's a lot
Maybe I'll
more,
care about it this time. We'll see.
I guess that kind of stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, all that stuff. We've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of light between the acts. There's these kind of more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so
it's true.
We want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, when you're playing a second time, that it feels we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
Yeah, we were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Because there's this whole thing of
I thought he was about to say that's a good thing, and I was about to disagree so fast.
Campaign the first time, that kind of thing is that can be cool. But then if you're you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. You can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. That kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat the quests.
Effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what
metagaming is encouraged.
Needs to be sufficient as far as being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Sure. Yeah.
So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to.
Oh, they mean that beast. I was trying to remember.
Rise again.
The beast,
a bunch of course. But, there are more, in the world, and effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall. But effectively, obviously, someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again, and then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a
why not?
Orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm gonna try, but who knows how many hours it's gonna take me?
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ezomite and raised and. So yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ezomite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is
Mark trying to throw his weight around.
But that
Immediately rebuffed.
points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For
And
sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So like with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong.
Just call it a chalupa and call it a day.
Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I mean, if they've been doing it that long, why stop now?
I'm just going to do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the?
I might genuinely have to play that class.
Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that just there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me, and has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like
The old
change
Uno
things
reverse.
on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
We've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes, like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of
an actual easy to look at map.
For example, the
was something I greatly missed from PoE 1. I wish I had one.
Just like a camp of Iron Count guards, and we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did. Whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of
history.
And these little things somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before, we didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want the things happening around me that build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
Well,
tons. There's...
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like
Cool.
all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow
sick.
ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, you know, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the
You could have your
little things like for the
your
Warbringer, I
tattoos
think was the class
visibly
name on the Warrior.
represented on your
When
character.
you
That'd
take
be
that
cool.
ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable as opposed, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic. And you know,
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you
Yeah,
ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes
Yeah,
into
absolutely.
you.
Yeah.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe
Sick.
going on, and like
Drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
it's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like,
For sure, because I mean the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapons. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but you know, by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like.
I would never say
like,
such a thing.
How do you
Obviously, it
So
wasn't lab
effectively,
built.
in the full game, there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively,
Player agency.
As you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with, you know, to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. You know, if you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So you know, we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're
just a
clearly
win.
leaning into that now. You have. Well, I mean, such.
I'm still really confused by what that plushie is. I keep looking at it and trying to figure it out, but
so you can lean into that like.
it's unidentifiable unless it's like Brian King.
But
that might be.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees.
Shit, that might be
and
what it
having
is.
these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the ascendancies. So,
Mm-hmm.
and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller
And
progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there. For example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum.
Okay, I thought they only came from Sanctum. That's good to know.
Sanctum, I can't. Trial of the Sycamore.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah, a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard.
It's not gonna happen. I'm calling it Ultimatum forever.
And Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it
I'm
later,
cornering the market on breach keys for sure when we get access.
Have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked.
Trading quest items confirmed.
And every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
So how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum,
Might be a sign it's a little too difficult, but
start thinking of
who knows?
Just, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend. Like, So
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your.
Not exactly a surprise that they overtuned enemies
did
on the fresh release.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from.
Ziggy got carried, is all I'm hearing.
This isn't the PoE 2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
It was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that is fun.
100%. So
you've got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
and your defenses now. It can be fully mitigated and everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
and then with Ultimatum, and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no traps in Ultimatum and no honor system in Ultimatum. If you just want more of a pure combat experience, then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
they will eventually.
Is a secret for now.
So once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the crew are in Act 4, so it's the question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yeah,
is it Trial of the Ancestors again?
Trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be released.
Crazy,
I'm just
dude.
thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend and ultimatum, we want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
He's so cheeky.
A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the, like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. Secret. I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if
It's gonna be
accidentally say
tattoos.
It is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So yeah. So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any kind of
Resists
item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket, I mean, it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have.
No
as a
risk,
final
no
crafting
reward,
step
as
there.
they say.
It's what they are. Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They
Or also Val or no balls.
We talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like, it's just life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unexacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell, he was all for it. Okay,
it
great.
didn't turn into a
I
dexterity
want to know
check.
what it is.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life counts heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life counts heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment
Dear
and the
goodness.
socket. just thinking about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Yeah, cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the class we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like. If you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words, I don't remember, but you know the drill.
Yeah, the other one.
Gladiator. And
it's okay, Gladiator doesn't exist.
Okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and like, effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like,
that one sounds really cool.
It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really
as much as I like the idea of the breach monk,
sure every single class has
the legionnaire one sounds like I would probably enjoy it more.
One thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the ranger. And but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that. You might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff.
Why did he call me by Johnny's name?
When you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a spellcaster staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows, or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that Path of Exile, you can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to, go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only,
I wonder if that's why they didn't bother making like a necromancer ascendancy.
If we're doing our job right, that should be the case, yeah.
And with so many of
the witch just has
got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have.
Is that like a witch specific thing to have the permanent minions?
Campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing.
I don't know how she gets those.
So it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being?
I think it's more
redone at this point.
At this point, At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and bringing them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
I mean, yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, well, yeah, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do wonder
that,
if
you
Pathfinder
could,
would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About like stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. So much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on.
Butcher tried to murder you right after you finish a campaign.
There are more skills that we got.
Motherfucker.
There, and didn't quite make
Motherfucker.
it. So yeah, and like getting a class.
Clearly he failed, right? Right?
It sort of seems very easy when you come with, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many.
Let's go.
But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the...
That's even more toxic.
The buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. Yeah, that's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But yeah, when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works.
Well,
that requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. Yeah, it was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having immense benefits as well. So, yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there. Just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps surprising me is when you click that old gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword on the other hand?
I just want to know, the thing I want to know most is, can I dual wield crossbows?
Is crazy. I mean, in the
almost certainly not, but there is a keystone that lets you dual wield 2-handed weapons.
the bell skill with the quarterstaff.
And I mean,
with the
crossbow could be
rapid-
considered a
rapid
two-handed
shot,
weapon.
mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades. But then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground. Then so my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like and Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm
rest in peace to the Orobots.
My armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like. You know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting 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 ting.
Armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah,
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, Frostwalls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing that's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer, and I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like
builds.
You get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
like you're supposed to be making game, not hiding good builds.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell
I never even thought about that, honestly.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? You know, and those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, you know, oh, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good. People reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot, because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels, and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type? but having a lot more of them.
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even there needs to be, in order to have choice. You can't just have 5. Here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of where do I put my model projectiles, where do I put my PS, where do I put, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so that, I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to, if you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%.
But I want GMP on everything.
Much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But let
me put GMP on shield charge. Fuck it, why not?
Kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is, it is actually more choice, because you no longer have mandatory. Here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. There's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And
maybe you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, but it's like it's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable, and that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary, is this prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. You're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. That kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back in a reward system later.
I think
like
for Vile skills,
when they transport the lab itself into PoE 2 5 years from now, then we'll get transfigured gems.
The reason why transfigured was nice is because it's we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are less of a necessary thing. But I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. We absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head. But what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced what the full game would have, we said 240. And I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
I know 100 of them or whatever are some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
yeah, I know,
still
no, that's a lot.
many
I mean,
major
because even
skills.
Yeah, you got what, like
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those
class.
for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. Yeah, I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not, you don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
all staffs, wands, and
oh yeah,
scepters
there's a
have a
staff one,
skill
exactly.
baked
Right? We're not
in.
even counting that, right? Like because the staffs one and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah, I mean,
like if you add them all up.
I don't know who remembers all these things.
Yeah, I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless.
There's a couple abilities, that's for sure.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's
true.
tons.
Yeah.
That's tons.
Yeah.
Someone
And
chat
those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep,
if
you can
want.
support default attack,
But,
and you can support
the
any skill
ascendancy
that comes
ones
from
was-
something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow,
Yep.
you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's yeah. So that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I
Yep.
can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah, see-
so we're like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now.
I
They're like
that,
really
I like that
difficult.
idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah,
kind of.
absolutely.
cool.
So yeah, it's that actually mean it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE 1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent? More
Honestly,
able to, like,
it's not in our thing about
Haven't even
stuff
thought
we're
about
thinking
it?
about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least.
Yeah.
But obviously, skin transfer in PoE 2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
gonna
and
make
uniques
people
and stuff
actually
that you
want to
want to
use it
use.
now, I
So
feel,
yeah, you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the
Yeah, like
relics,
relics,
in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill,
Oh, they consider that a progression system?
The
I thought there'd be more to it.
which is alleged to be the Trial Master. Then you
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder.
If we get to whack
There's
the
also
shit out of
different
chaos
ones on there
in
that we're actually gonna put
the
them in,
trials,
it's starting to get a bit long.
that
which
would
was
also be sick.
You've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the atlas because they're not really part of the atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole atlas. You don't like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too. Like,
exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
Sure.
like
Or,
distinct
I mean,
endgames.
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of I don't know. We actually need a name for what.
Not again.
What are we calling the things that are icons on
Because they were called leagues, but they're not really
leagues.
leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a
we
name for
probably
that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That one's going to be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also...
I wonder how long those progression trees will
we really
last.
wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE 1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way, but I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all
I guess it'll stick around. The reason I say that is because when they originally came up with Atlas trees, they had them in like 8 different regions on the Atlas, and then they were like, you know what, let's just make one big one.
You can make progress on your character, well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get...
I got to put it down to 360.
Level up, and we want to make sure that there is
480, whatever the hell.
Engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that.
Is it just me or is it them again?
That's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing
Okay, it is not my side.
A little different to how it's been in PoE 1 a lot of the time, where it's like you had to fuel it by going back to maps. To,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of
find
but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable. By using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the
that's exactly what I want.
Trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
And what does I saw like?
Hello?
On the breach nodes, it said like increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase like the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally, so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0, then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better or not better oranges.
Right?
No, I thought it would influence how well they roll.
About items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so
rarity is actually cool now.
Here, I don't want people to, and PoE 1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and you know, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, you know, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, you know, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE 1. So a unique item that is like ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So
the fun
a
ones.
series of jewels
I'm down for
is a
that.
good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last
Does that mean
tier.
we get that which was taken
So
again?
you want to really be getting to that hardest
The real
difficulty,
one?
so you can be getting these like farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing if you're never ready for it. If you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, you know, like just effectively decide like I've got these points, but I'm not. I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think. Is,
so if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later, and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale down in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with the difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, like because we could have been like, oh, you know, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague,
70% less damage.
Specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, like, you know, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing he shoots has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So, you know, just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder. And that is going to be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently is like the harder you make, the harder.
It's not my fault.
Content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players because
I'm glad he said that
like,
specifically because
if it can defeat like, you know, the pinnacle boss at.
Oh, hello. Sometimes, oh, bruh. Advertisements on Twitch. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this over here. Heck you, advertisement. I'm glad they specifically said or pointed out that the more difficult you make the most difficult thing, the less build diversity is allowed. Because sometimes I wondered if they were like aware of that or were even cared to pay too much attention to that being the problem with how difficult they made some things. But at least he said it, and so now we know. They're being conscious of it.
Tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, you know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
You know, or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block.
Or
block,
using skills in the mix is fine. But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the
Procedurally
same for
generated?
all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a
Yeah.
league that
Aha!
I was particularly.
I knew it.
Yeah, I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
That's a feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. Like I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yep.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to move on and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So like, there are maps. So in Path of Exile 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be
Dear
many,
goodness.
many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player though over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see. Into the fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, more iconic things you find. But we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole, you know, hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
I mean, yeah, now you're hunting, you know, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, you know, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You know, you're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. You know, there's not really all that whole other variable.
The thing is, things like Untainted Paradise aren't going to be tradable, and so we're going to end up with. I wonder if we'll end up with.
It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world.
The old TFT services
like
problem again.
The campaign very grounded, and now I'm in space. You know, like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, you know, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little weird.
So we wanted to start with to actually like at least, I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, you know, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We haven't become a sci-fi crazy, but you know, you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes, well, even then we were saying like, can we at least,
I don't know,
before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like,
the Chalupa boss fight or the Safe 2 boss fight looks a little bit like the moon, or maybe it was just the breachstone. The breachstone biome.
The up league coming. All right, so we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be like a little marker just so you know.
I was worried
but
about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that you know, like you know, if you generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, you know, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, you know, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. You know, so you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, yeah, this is fun. I'm like, you know.
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you know, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. You know, like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one. Because, you know, obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
you
around.
Can chain
you're picking your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. So that actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, I don't know. Right, you mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, what did you do?
That would be bananas.
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have, you know, a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has a you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, you know, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
yeah, of at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
So this is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and you know, so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting and from that you're getting the you know, the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and or you know, or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Like they're like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, you know, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strongboxes and essences and things like
so
that. So
initially we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all? Yeah. So you can kind of like see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah. Cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
really
internally we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps. I bet, just because that's the PoE one.
It's habit. It's just like calling them leagues or sanctum.
We've
or
got the Breach,
Ultimate or
Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like, I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
So that's why Alva's the
a lot, especially because there's a
currency
lot
exchange now.
We can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion, Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc., that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there, heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion, we've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that.
They got awesome door
nice,
mechanics in Incursion, from what I hear.
We can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
No, you're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
I never thought of it like that, but he's got a point.
Standing and then
mistakes were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more, involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like when we actually get there, what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because you've done a lot there, and it's.
Fuck! I thought they were gonna end it soon.
I think.
Shit.
So
it's been 4 hours. I need to stand up.
Crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1. Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1. That you're like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing you're cemented in your mind of like oh, this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can there's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
Craft relics, which
yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam rerolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
I don't want to spam 2,000 alts at one, like back to back.
Like that, right? We've got nulls and you've got but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
Not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Of like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there, but once again we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels, like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say, honestly, in the last month, we have, like, over, like, 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and... there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because, again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go.
So that actually makes sense now.
There's heaps of awesome stuff around there, but we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building.
My title
weapons
on Twitch has been wrong this whole time.
Very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like.
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and when you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 Exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my Exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that like if you don't have enough of those, like so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep like I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant this stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, you know, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, you know, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to you know, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like you know issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting.
Exactly. So we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. And then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it. I think it might have just been you who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, so Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, you know, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the you know the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, you know, players are happy, everyone's happy.
So there is still no crafting bench. There was some footage earlier where they showed one, and I guess that was PoE 1 footage.
That I think was a real win. You know, I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving 2 things kind of in its way, which was maybe even 3. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, oh, I need a bit more fire resistance. And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first 2 things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the sorry, what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, of course. So essence is what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there that is I think going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things. You know, so
bring back Harvest. Unnerf it.
I was worried that, you know, some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item. But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends
effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like, you know, as far as item drops go, like it feels intentional.
That is kind of funny.
I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. You know, like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just you know, it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. You know, that's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE 1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE 1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
to
have
kind of improve
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. You know, like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where like a player is struggling,
the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and you know and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
exactly.
and certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like, if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily, because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit, but also just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find, and I think we figured out that like that some of that stuff reveals after you like find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed. Or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But like you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets. That
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well.
Yeah, okay.
Solved a lot. Like we're 100% on board with that.
Let's go.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was especially bulk trading. It was horrible, and I was just like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and
I believe that was just about everyone's experience, whoever does trading.
Wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. That's good. So, do you take that then as like, as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently. I
mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exalted?
Yeah, but ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But
I want to know about the
right?
instant buyout item trading.
Hit the economy. What can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like
rather than
hyperinflation
currency
or
trading.
horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
You just have to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago,
it's funny,
we're like,
it's
this
funny.
game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah. The paths we weave. So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like. The currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that fixed a lot of the it's.
He's got a point, but I also would like to be able to play Path of Exile without having a trade window open.
I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying trades.
Yeah,
most
they were
of the
for
time.
sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
So,
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade,
100%.
and for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
know where to
get
them
it
as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly beyond trivial. Yeah. So there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But each to their own. That to be seen, and
I wonder what will be the big currency above chaos, if there's anything at all.
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly. Because
not with that
you're likely
attitude.
to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually,
And you're like,
actually, hang on, wait.
fine.
In Couch Co-op Hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back
You
to
put you
solo.
back to solo? Okay, great.
that's right.
Good. That's good. Good to know. It's like the other.
But you just-
You have to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you decide,
Just a
"Alright, you can
casual
go
moment
home
of
now."
silence.
We're like, yeah, go,
Yeah.
See ya.
what do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything. And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules.
Yeah,
now
how
that we
does that
have, because I
work?
know you've changed them recently.
So, well, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as
Interesting.
hard, or more than N players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
From what I saw, it's pretty hard to
you're
pull
not
off unless
having
you,
a fun time.
get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived, between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
Now,
again. So
in in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was
and
going to
then-
ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
well, you still have 6 portals, so you can have your party members, but
Well,
death.
and you can leave and come back as
Yeah,
long
yeah.
as you don't die.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can take items out, but
Oh,
a death will end that map for you.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and to
I thought
remind
we'd
people
still have
the,
6 deaths.
If you
Or
like,
5
log
deaths.
out or the server crashes or something like not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses.
Optimist.
So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that when if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE 1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in and have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fair when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if
100%.
the server crashes or something
100%.
that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep.
In
Now,
PoE
it's
too.
worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn
All
at
right.
checkpoints as
I
an
gotta
option.
use the bathroom.
So if a player dies,
I was trying to wait
and
until
you
this
don't
ended,
wanna,
but
you don't want to die, you don't want to.
who knows how much longer they're gonna go.
You
So I'll be right back.
both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just
Appreciate
have
you
that
watching.
Instance. You don't,
Make sure you
don't
smack
have
follow,
to
subscribe,
die
whatever,
to do it.
wherever you're watching. I'll be
You
back.
don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You
Oh,
can
that's good.
just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's gone
Okay.
full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change
Wonder
it
why
back.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
He's a
like,
click to move player, yeah.
He's
You have a few
100% click to move. He
purists
is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it, like
That'll be reassuring for, I think, some of the people that
Yeah.
are worried about being forced into WASD. Even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations
Yes,
for your live
yes,
things too,
yes.
so you'll be able to see that
Yeah.
even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually.
Yeah.
I'll tell him to.
It does feel very good on the mercenary.
Yeah,
You've got
yeah.
that kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational
Yeah,
tactical
yeah.
play style.
Yeah,
it's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
I'm feeling
it's a
physical
while. We're
fatigue
getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. we've been going. We've been rolling. Yeah.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like,
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those?
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You
Like,
hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
yes,
yet.
yes, we do. Yeah,
That's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go, just start thinking, about that.
us a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today, then, do you guys have a recommendation or of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly, like
There's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Well, okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction level by a very, very tiny margin.
We made it.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to, you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't know. Cool. I've been loving the mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe.
And
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it. I
don't have that
really
ability
like
to
that.
correct if you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So you know, it's just whatever
Nice.
whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah, right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But yeah. It's, I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that Monk and then Warrior had the highest
Yes,
satisfaction levels.
Warrior's
and I was
next,
like,
by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
That's pretty good. That's
Yeah.
2 melee classes.
Exactly,
right
exactly.
now.
That's a win.
New and exciting
something going on. I mean, they were
development.
dying a lot more at the time, but
It's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gotten a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
Yeah, melee.
I just have a like real desire to freeze time, so I just want to be sorceress and just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough
I
attention.
don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So
Yeah.
it just feels cool.
All right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full Grenader. You were.
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Some sort of monk trigger build. Obviously, it's always just going to be fun to play
they
around
have so many
with
of
and,
those like stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. So thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we can actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to like wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop announcing shit.
So that's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. That's a good day.
They want patch notes now.
Oh, patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly.
Where's the launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Thanks heaps. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
that's it.
Yeah.
Can't wait to play.
It's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
yeah, it's true.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. So. All right. I assume we've faded out and cut.
Hopefully.
You never know.
Hopefully.
They had not faded out and cut. All right. Dear goodness. That was a lot. But thankfully, it seems like a lot to be excited about, so... That certainly beats a lot of disappointment any day. And so I'm now even more hyped for December 6th than I was before. Incredible, amazing, wonderful. And if you were trying to get the creepy hand wings things that they showed off the other day, or that they announced the other day for watching this stream, make sure you go claim that stuff. But yeah, next we can finally begin the old Paragon grind that we've been doing. And Diablo 4 has an update. Fantastic. How big of an update? 200 megs, that's fine. I just don't even know how to feel after all that, dude. That was so much stuff. Now playable. Fantastic. You love to see it. The last thing I gotta do is resize myself a little bit. I gotta take up more of the screen so my DMs don't get leaked. But now the real final thing before we get going is I'm gonna get up and get a snack and some coffee if there is some downstairs. So we log in. What are my thoughts? Optimistic, in a word. Raw, unfiltered. I'm very excited by how much Breach I'll be able to run. First of all. Second of all, I really like the direction they're taking with the Ascendancy classes, where they're like weird shit. It's not like Hero Sorceress, and she has Fire Sorceress, Ice Sorceress, and Lightning Sorceress. It's like you have Elementalist, which can do all that, of course, which is like eh. But then you have like the Blood Sorcerer, and then who knows what they're doing for another one. And then we have like the Gemling Legionnaire thing for Mercenary. That's also really sick. Your weird shit, got him. I never denied it once in my life. So yeah, I really like that. I'm a little unsure of how the economy is gonna feel, because I feel like I'm not sure that there's any currency that's gonna be larger than a Chaos Orb. But I don't know. There could be something I'm not thinking of. I think it was interesting that they split out all of the trees on the Atlas tree, or all the different mechanics on the Atlas tree, to have extra trees, because so that way you're not like limited to what you're doing. It's just by doing one mechanic you get more points for that mechanic, and then it gets better. So that's pretty neat. I'll never not be nervous about somehow dying in every single one of my maps and then becoming unable to progress in the Atlas. I'm not sure how I feel about not being able to try the map again, unless it's something like Untainted Paradise, which they showed specifically. Ultimately, I think I'm just really excited to get my hands on it. How are they going to handle someone breaking their Atlas? I have no idea. Like, sure, I'm sure they're anticipating someone goes 10 maps and suddenly they have like 500 options for new places to run, so there's no way they could possibly brick it. But like, clearly they don't know me. What if I walk into the first few maps and die in all of them? Right. I don't know. Now I am stuck, step bro. Now I am stuck. Just trying to think, because they announced so much stuff. Was there anything else I have to have a take on? I liked that I was really surprised that they had the endgame. That was another thing. I was surprised that they were going to have the endgame ready for launch, especially because like 4 months ago. Yeah, I think it was in July or like June. There was Jonathan did an interview with some creator like Ziz or Woody or something, and he was talking as if they had not even really figured out what they wanted the endgame to be like. So to go from that to, oh shit, we cut off half of the campaign for the early access so we could build the end game out. I thought that was a really good decision, because we are going to spend way more time in the end game than we are going to be in the campaigns, no matter what stage of the game we're in. So getting that in earlier, I think, is a lot better. I really like the even before they started like talking about it in the Q&A, I really liked the idea of only one of each support gem in your entire character. Don't think this is as fleshed out as they suggested it was in the presentation. I mean, that's fine, but at least we have something to run through. It's not, oh, I made it all the way through Act 6, so I'm just gonna go through Acts 1 through 6 again. I'm really glad we have options for the trial in case we, or for the ascendancy, so that way we don't have to do Sanctum or Ultimatum. Like we're not locked into that if our build ain't good for it. Better than Arena being the end game. Right. Right. I'm also really glad. It seems like there's not a thing that resets the web. Since we're speaking about Last Epoch. Anytime I get a ways into a monolith and it comes time to beat up whatever that mini boss is, and then it resets all my shit, I'm just like, I'm back at the beginning again. Why? So that's cool. My other take is that they need to give Ziggy a shorter time limit on these Q&As, because even if it's half as long as this one was, like it is on a normal League launch, it's still way too long. Like, I get there's a lot of stuff to talk about, but like, damn. I had to pee for like the last hour and a half of that, but I didn't want to get up because I didn't want to miss something. Like the announcements alone were a huge info dump, and then a 3-hour Q&A on top of it, or 2.5. Right. So I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. What I do know is I'm excited. All these people talking about it, hyping it up, and talking about how many cool different combinations that there are to do with things. I just want to get my hands on it and feel them, you know, rather than be hyped up about them. I just want to see, dude. I want to know. I think it'll be cool. I'm optimistic. I think they've even if things don't feel as good as I hope they do in the the exact release of the early access, with how they explain themselves, I'm pretty optimistic that they'll figure it out. I think one of the biggest specific things Jonathan said was the more difficult stuff is, the less build diversity there is. So they're taking that into account. Like, they're not just gonna leave shit overtuned, so that way we have to play. We all have to play Quill Volley to get through the hardest shit, or whatever. So yeah. I'm also really glad Breach is one of the first things that they added, and actually the first thing that they announced. Huge fan of that. But yeah, I gotta go grab some snacks or something. Because we've been live for 5 hours, and I have like 6 hours of grinding ahead of me. So I need to grab something for my stomach. Maybe some coffee if there's still some warm. And when I come back, we'll start our attempt to acquire 1.5 billion XP for the day after all those announcements between Diablo 4 and Path of Exile. And we can talk about it more when I get back. So, my friends, make sure to like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Follow if you're watching on Twitch. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Also, I'm going to change my headphones because these ones are hurting my ears. All right, Brandon. Sorry about that. With headphones this time instead of earbuds. So, we are starting today's Diablo 4 Paragon grind. Let me actually update my title on Twitch. Actually, you know what? Let's leave it. Heck it, why not? So we're starting today at 215 out of 566 million. 215M out of 566 M's. So that means when we level up, we will have gained 350 million XP, or to say 35-ish runs in the pit. So that should be an hour or so. No, that'll be like almost an hour and a half. But that's doable. After that, we'll need another 1.2 billion or so. 355. 1.15 billion after that. So we'll probably get 285 to 286, 286 to 287, and then like most of the way through 287 will probably be what happens. So our consumables are getting low, and my herbs are also getting low. So we're gonna try and limit the amount of incense we use. Probably just one at a time, honestly. But we have other people's incense, so I'm not gonna use my own. We'll just borrow, you know. So, we hit 284 yesterday, which is the halfway point of about the 25 billion XP grind. That is 300 Paragon 300. So, we're halfway to 25 billion. That means we need 12.5 billion. And I need to get there in less than 10 days of streaming, because I don't stream on Mondays or Tuesdays. Basically, it works out to where if I do 1.5 billion per day, I should get there in less than 10 days, which ends up being a day or two before Path of Exile's early access. And I just remembered another thing that they specifically said, which I was really happy about, was when you get to a dead end in most zones of Path of Exile. At least they implied it was most zones. Or that it would be happening pretty often at least. But if you find yourself exploring and you end up at a dead end, there's a good chance that you'll end up getting like a rare chest. Which presumably means that there's at least one rare item inside. So that's just gonna make running into those dead ends feel a lot less bad. Which I think is a really, really good thing. A glaive? That's not unyielding hits. Also, we can't forget Diablo 4 did do some announcing stuff today. We can't necessarily let that get overshadowed, but as far as their announcements are concerned, I was really, really happy that they're making it easier to acquire max roll and like max roll rolls for the powers in ancestral range. So like any ancestral item you get will always have a value like in the extra range an item can get by being ancestral. So like right now, most legendary items can only go to like 80% of the maximum roll on their own, and then the only ancestral items can actually hit the top rolls. So when you get an Ancestral, it can roll in the full range, but once Season 7 hits, they'll make it so that Ancestrals can only roll in the like top 80% or whatever, so like 81 to 100%, which I think is real nice. Because I've been farming for probably at least 250 hours between all my characters now on Spiritborn, looking for one specific aspect to be max roll, or at least like one off of max roll. And I have not gotten a damn thing. So to make that a little less difficult is highly desirable in my opinion. There's just so much stuff to think about with PoE 2 though. It's probably a good thing that they only have 6 classes in. Like for our first time through it. Like I feel sorry for the poor souls who have to figure out everything, like all the choices between 12 classes without any prior experience, but having a limited choice of classes to choose from may actually make things easier to get through for our first couple runs. I'm a pretty big fan of the new Val Orb thing too. Where the worst possible outcome for a normal Val Orb is that it, like, up to half of the item gets rerolled instead of the entire thing getting schwacked. That makes it a lot less scary to do it, I think. And so just it makes me more okay with the idea of putting together a weapon or like an item, getting to the last stage and then just fouling it, because I didn't spend 50 divines going through all this shit only to risk having the entire thing thrown away. Which, I mean, if you're spending that much money on a thing and you lose a single mod, that could be pretty devastating still, but it's better than losing the whole damn thing, because a 5 mod item is better than a no mod item. Hey, what's up, Bobby? Welcome back. Went on Diablo today? You're level 95 now. Oh, hell yeah, congratulations. Did you start working your way through the pit? Hell yeah, that's what we're here for. Mass murder. That said, I wish I didn't have to kill quite so many people. But we'll get there, we'll get there. It may take me till December to do it, but we'll get there. Only 15 levels to go. It's too bad those are the 15 biggest in the game, but that's how it goes. On the plus side, we just had 5 hours of info dumping from 2 different developers about 2 different games. So we have all sorts of fun stuff to think about for what's coming in the future. Between Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2. But really, it was just a lot to take in all at once. So next season, we're getting Witchcraft in Diablo. We're getting Spiritborn nerfs, buffs to everyone else. Tried to watch it and couldn't. Yeah, that's fair. I've been doing this shit for years and I could barely keep up with all that. Suffice it to say, I think next season in Diablo 4 is going to be real good. I'm cautiously optimistic about Path of Exile 2. Ultimately, I just want to see. I want to try the things they're talking about. But we have nothing to do but wait. Yo, my character was not holding the glaive or whatever weapon. Yeah, it's a glaive, right? At least it looked like it on the loading screen for a second there. Just really hope this season is so much fun. I think it will be. There will be we'll be able to summon giant piranha tornadoes. How could it not be fun? Also a new type of like zone-wide encounter like the Hell Tides, but this one's centered around the Tree Whispers, so entirely different events and bosses going on there at pretty much any time. Should be an interesting change of pace. But yeah, fish tornadoes, dude. You can get a pet poison frog who just walks around hitting people and poisoning them. And who knows what the hell else. Is he huge into Diablo? I knew he had tried it. I vaguely remember seeing a post about something. Like responding to a developer on Twitter or something. But honestly, I don't really pay much attention to that guy. I just saw the screenshot floating around. How does he have time? Yeah, with being a CEO of like 5 different companies or something, you'd think he'd be a little busier, right? I don't know. What is this? And a father, yeah. But not just one child, but several. 2 seconds, we're gonna look. Okay, I'll answer that comment a little bit later. A little bit later. Isn't it like 11? I don't think it's that many. I think it's like 5. It's like more than you would expect from like a single family, right? Granted, I do have an aunt who has like 8 children, so it's not impossible, but not the most common. Dear goodness. Man's busy. Well, that's the door. How long have I played for today? I've played about 15 minutes today. The entire other 5 hours has been listening to announcements. So that is to say, we have about 6 more hours to go. That's okay. I knew the day that the announcements happened would be a long day. However, I did not realize it was today. Like when I was streaming yesterday, I thought I had 2 or 3 more days before today actually happened. Turns out, I woke up this morning, I was like, oh, yes, the Path of Exile 2 announcements. Huge. I think it was like last night I realized, like, oh shit, I'm actually busy tomorrow. My whispers. Was it freezing this morning? Oof. I'm not looking forward to having that happen. I think we've kind of been having this issue where the furnace just kind of turns itself off, no matter what we have it set on after a while. Slightly concerned about that when winter starts for us in earnest. But so far it hasn't been so bad. Well, the craziest thing I'm trying to adjust to is the fact that it's dark outside at like 4:30. Get it checked before snow. Yeah, we had. I think we had it checked a while ago, and they were like, "There's no problem here." And then they just didn't really give us an answer to what was going on with that. But thankfully, my sleep schedule is kind of irregular, so if it does go off in the middle of the night, I would probably be up to fix it. And then if it goes off while I'm asleep, someone else can fix it. So it may work out, but there's a chance it happens. Yeah, so 5:19 and pitch dark out. Yep. Sunset the other day was like, and probably today was before 4:30. Welcome to winter. I've never met her. It's been summer all my life. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, I've got like so many socks. Got like 8 pairs of these super wool socks or something. Whatever the hell they're called. They're great. We're zooming, dude. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of just zoning out trying to process all the information I received earlier. Another glaive? What's that? Simple reprisal? I don't want that at all. I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess. I like paying I like paying less taxes, but also I kind of like roads. Those are kind of neat. I'd also kind of like healthcare, but that's a whole separate can of worms. But only for 2 months. Listen, you vote for me, you get a coupon for your taxes and a free month of like Netflix or some shit. Tempting. Yo ho ho ho. It do be like that sometimes. Nice. Yeah, I've never been too interested in that kind of thing. I just feel more comfy paying through the nose for it. It makes it feel better, you know? The money makes the movie better somehow. Valid. I can respect that. What did I think of the PoE 2 showcase? I thought it gave away way more information than I expected. First of all, like there was much more to talk about than I expected. Because I thought it was just going to be a couple acts of the campaign and a couple of the classes, honestly. Like I don't know if you played Diablo 4's beta before, like the open beta right before it came out, where it was like you can play up to level 25 with was it the first beta was like you can play up to level 25 with like 3 of the classes, and then they did another one where you could play up to 25 as any of them. But then druids couldn't go to the zone where the druid class was, so they couldn't even get their like the druid class powers in the beta that they're supposed to be able to have at 15. So there was like a lot of jank with that. So I kind of expected something similar to that, but then they're like, nah, we got half the classes. Well, half of the base classes, half of the campaign, and then like an implementation of the endgame at whatever percentage of completion that is, but at least it functions. And when I say half of the classes coming to the game, I mean 6 classes, which is as many as Diablo 4 has right now, and then those break out into, I think they have 2 ascendancies each right now, with a 3rd one coming for each one. So that would end up being 18 classes. So first of all, I'm shocked at how much there was. Second of all, I really liked a lot of the things they were talking about. And I'm very, very interested to play the game. Is it going to be the tiny spot on the map that is still in the shadow? Probably. Almost definitely. Hope it's a little easier for you to get into for you. Yeah, I hope so too. There's a chance, because they've been doing, from what it sounds like, at least in earlier interviews, they were talking a lot about making things a little more accessible. And I say a little, but it's like things like adding green arrows to like things on the passive tree, so you can know what exactly you're gaining by taking it. And like maybe a slightly expanded tutorial and just like guidance system early on. But I think in some ways there's going to be stuff that just like intuitively makes a little more sense about the game. But then there's also some other stuff that adds a little bit of complexity compared to normal PoE, or like PoE 1, I mean. So it could go either way, we just have to see. I feel dumber for people like you. Ah, nah. The Path of Exile is so obtuse. And honestly, bass backwards, it's not anyone's fault for being unable to understand that. The only reason I've been able to get into it at all is because of the sheer number of people who have held my hand through many builds over several years. Just by merit of being a streamer. Turns out, when you're doing something wrong on the internet, people love to tell you about it. You would never believe. But have no fear. I'll be playing it, so if you have any questions, I'll be happy to do my best to answer them. Well, actually, classically. Stuck with me. Hell yeah, I'll take it. No, my portal. What was that? Conceded? And it's a shit roll. And next season, that will not be a problem. That was another one of the like biggest one of the probably the widest reaching announcements they made about Diablo 4 was the fact when you get an ancestral item like this with the greater affix, I talked about this probably twice already since the announcements have ended, but when you get an ancestral item, it will only roll the possible power, like the little blue number in the orange text. That will roll very, very close to the high end of that roll. Like it will never go lower than like 80% of that roll or whatever. So this could only, instead of rolling from 20 to 60% every time I get a legendary, an ancestral legendary with that power, it can only roll between like 50 to 60%. So we're gonna get max roll power stuff like that way more easily, and I think that's just gonna make the game feel much. I think it's gonna make it feel much better. I feel like there's a different adjective I could use to be a little more specific, but I think it's a good change. We changed no more damage on Tuesday rolls. Yep, I'm not sure what a Tuesday roll is, but agreed. Oh, rolls for on the gear for silly affixes like damage, but only on a Tuesday. Gotcha. Yeah, some of them Some of them conditionals on the gear can get a little crazy. One thing they also talked about was kind of simplifying some of the conditional stuff on Sorcerer specifically, if anyone's a fan of that class. Another thing that happened was Werewolf Druid, like pure Werewolf. It's actually looking like it's going to be a pretty sick build. And what else? There was another one. Oh, Ball Lightning Sorcerer. Looks like it's going to be pretty cool too. You just like summon balls of lightning that orbit around you, and you just run around. They're adding a unique that lets you cast that while moving, so you can just keep pushing the button while you're running around, summoning them, and just run into stuff. All over the place, can't play one class, so just 221. Are you even playing the video game? For legal purposes, that was a joke. You're doing great. Favorite class after Monkey? Hell yeah. So I saw the Ball Lightning, the new Ball Lightning unique. I was like, hey, that looks pretty cool. Then right after that, they showed off some of the new stuff coming for Druid, and I was pretty surprised at how good it looked. Because I am, from the very beginning of Diablo 4 last year, I was a werewolf hater. Because I played Druid and everyone went werewolf, and I was the only person playing bear. Like, pure bear. All the time. And everyone else was a werewolf, and I was like, no. Y'all are dumb and stinky. Play bear. No stinky werewolves. But nobody listened. So it might be hard for me to get past that built-in aversion to the werewolf build, but it's looking kind of tempting. But Bobby, you ground up to Paragon level 95 on penitent difficulty, which is impressive in its own right. Because the Paragon levels are really meant to be progressed through in the Torment difficulties. Which have like a significantly higher like rate of XP gain. Just regular level, you're 95? The level cap is 60. Once you hit 60, you just go straight into the Paragons. I mean, I don't think they necessarily really tell you. They just like change the colors of the XP bar. I mean, dungeons are still good. As they say, the family that plays together, I'm sorry, the family that slays together stays together. That's the one. Whoops. We're already up 170 million for the day. Feels good, man. That was kind of faster than I realized. Well, have a good one. Hell yeah, I appreciate that, Bobby. You have yourself a good one as well. We're getting there, we're getting there. 290 soon. By that I mean probably tomorrow. And we won't have a great big 5-hour prologue to tomorrow's grind, so that'll get us through it that much faster. We hop on and it's straight zooming. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish they had done the announcement for PoE 2 next week. I can't believe I have to wait a whole extra week. This is bullshit. After receiving all this information, how am I supposed to wait that long? When does PoE release? December 6th. 2 weeks from today, I believe. No, 2 weeks from tomorrow. 15 days from today. So it's even worse than I thought. I thought it was 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks and a day, damn it. Thankfully, I've already spent so much money on their damn free video game that they're gonna let me in. But if you have not spent money on the game and you're interested in trying it, you can. They have a $30 supporter pack on their website that will guarantee you access to the early to the PoE 2 beta. However, if that's not something you're interested in doing when the game releases, presumably, potentially, possibly, maybe sometime next year, it'll be free. Whenever it does come out, it'll be totally free to play. Let me out. A dead end? I don't think this side can be a dead end. Pretty sure this is the only path we have. Yeah. I guess technically it's a dead end, but there's a portal, so does that really count? I don't know. I kinda wish they would put the portal directly on top of my character every time it opens, instead of like up to 20 feet away. It's killing my speedrun times. Okay, next year great, because on the 5th of December, I'm gonna be neck deep in Marvel Rivals. Oh, hell yeah. Well, you have all day on the 5th to play it, and you just give it up after one day. Then Path of Exile 2. Honestly, if you're not someone who was already like pretty into PoE 1, I probably wouldn't be in too much of a hurry to get on to PoE 2 with the early access. Like, there's going to be a lot of stuff busted. Because there's hundreds of abilities, tons of classes, hundreds of bosses. Maybe not hundreds. Well over 100 at least, though. And just so many moving parts that there's bound to be a bunch of broken stuff. So they gotta iron some stuff out first. Also, what's up, Lemon? How you been? It's going pretty good. We got started grinding XP, or grinding pits late, because we were watching announcements. However, the announcements were good. I'm excited for the future, and I'm also excited to get this grind done. So we are zooming. We're up almost exactly 200 million XP from where we started about 45 minutes ago. So things are progressing according to plan. Any good news? Ancestral uniques can only roll in the top like 80% of their potential value. Like hang on. Hold. Was it that one? Oh, the conceded one. Yeah, so this one, for conceded, for example, any ancestral legendary with conceded on it in season 7 will only be able to roll from like 50 to 60%, or whatever the upper portion of the roll is that only ancestrals can have. They can only roll in that range. So that'll be much more realistic to acquire top roll stuff. Lots of interesting changes coming to particularly Druid and Sorcerer were the ones that stood out to me. Druid had buffs to Werewolf and Summoning stuff, and Sorcerer had some interesting looking stuff for Ball Lightning in particular. The season mechanic is probably going to be a little more interesting than Realm Walkers, because it's going to be like a new Helltide type thing, except it's going to be more focused on Whispers. So there'll be new bosses and activities to do in different zones at different times, revolving around Whispers, and new abilities. They're bringing back borrowed power stuff for the season. So like part of the season mechanic is that you can find new socket bowls that give you powers, and you can also get new abilities from this system called Witchcraft that can do crazy things like give you a pet frog that jumps around and poisons stuff, or what was another one? I think there's like some debuffs you can get with them, and then there's also like a piranha tornado that'll chase stuff around, which is kind of funny to look at. So it should be an interesting season. Also, of course, they are going to be nerfing Spiritborn. Not sure if that's good news or bad news. It's kind of up to each individual to decide how they feel about that, but I think it's healthy for the game, so that makes sense. Watching a trailer or something about PoE 2? Oh yeah. An hour-and-a-half long trailer. I sure am. That is why we're grinding this Paragon level stuff so hard. It's so I can get it done before that comes out. So that way when PoE 2 does come out, I can simply forget about Diablo 4 until Season 7 comes out. Not that I want to forget about it, it's just I'm going to be so enamored with the new game. I will probably forget about everything else. Lots of neat stuff there. The early access starting on December 6th will be acts 1 through 3. The full campaign will be 6 acts, so we'll only have half of it, but there will be a functioning endgame system in the on the release of the early access. So we won't have the full campaign, but we'll have something to do when we beat acts 1 through 3. 6 classes. I think it's 12 ascendancies right now with plans to add more. They added some like really interesting ones. Like I think Sorceress has one that's called Chronomancer, which is exactly what it sounds like. It does time magic. You can literally like stop time for enemies and shit. It looked very cool. Another thing they added that I was like super excited for was they showed a keystone from the main skill tree that gives the ability to use two-handed weapons as if they were one-handed weapons. And I'm a huge fan of that in any game. My one hope that is almost sure to turn into my one disappointment is I really hope that'll let us use crossbows in each hand for the, like if we were to play mercenary. But I can't imagine they'll let that happen. It just doesn't really make sense, but it would be very funny. And if they did allow it, I would certainly do it in a heartbeat. Also, if you've played Last Epoch, the mapping system looks kind of like the Monolith system from there, except it never resets from what it looks like. If you've never played Last Epoch, then a better analogy would be the new Atlas looks kind of like Delve, but sideways. So there's no like depth system, but there's like an ever-expanding web of different places to explore, so to speak. And you use little tokens to open up the ways. Once played PoE for a few hours? Oh, okay, gotcha. So I was, it's a bit hard to play on console, understandable. One thing that was particularly, like, even for people who spend a lot of time on Path of Exile, one thing that was particularly rough for console players was, like, the player economy, trading and stuff, was extremely limited because there was no crossplay between consoles. Between consoles and PC, so there was just less people in the console economies, which means prices were ridiculous. But with Path of Exile 2, there will be crossplay between PC and Xbox. However, I believe Sony was kind of against allowing them to do crossplay. with other consoles. So I'm not sure if that's... I'm pretty sure that's not going to work for Sony consoles. But if you're playing on Xbox, then that'll at least have a more tolerable economy. I think there's also a good chance that the PoE 2 will feel better to play on controller than PoE 1 does, just because of the way they're changing, the ways that they're changing the movement systems. So it may be worth checking out. However, I'm not sure it's. I was saying this to Relaxed earlier, but if you're not someone who is like really into Path of Exile, or like at least a little experienced in it, I probably wouldn't recommend trying to get in on the Path of Exile 2 early access immediately, because there's going to be a bunch of busted stuff. Like you thought this patch in Diablo 4 was busted. This one, PoE 2 is probably going to be a little absurd. With just all the broken things. Not that I have doubts in the developers' qualifications and things like that. It's just there's so many moving parts that they've been working on for so long. It's pretty much a given that there's going to be issues that surface when people finally start getting their hands on it. You can only test for so many things before, compared to like 100,000 dedicated players or something like that. So that is to say, they gotta give it to maybe like 20,000 dedicated players who are able to get in, willing to get in on the early access while it's so busted. But if you're trying to learn this stuff, maybe a little better to wait until that kind of thing is ironed out a little more. Bro, let me down. Thank you. Harmony. I want Titans. Actually, we've already gotten like 3 Titan tributes today. Should be relatively okay. We should be getting relatively close to 99. Which we're at 94. We need 5 more Titan tributes before I'll just stop picking them up entirely. Nice and nice. About 10 more runs and we'll be level 286. A mere 14 to go from there. think one of the things I'm having the most trouble wrapping my head around from the Path of Exile announcements is it's not even anything particularly new they were talking about, but just hearing people talking about like when they're considering their own builds to make and to try out, trying to make use of the weapon swapping system, which not only allows you to swap weapons, kind of like the Barbarian does in Diablo 4, where you just have abilities that are tied to certain weapons, and then by using the ability, you cause your character to pull out the weapon and then use it, and then if you push another button to use that uses a different weapon, your character just does that automatically and swaps. But on top of doing that, you have the option to have a couple different points that are like a small subset of your points in the passive tree will also swap along with your weapon. So the amount of things that that allows for in a build is kind of hard to fathom, I think. There's just going to be so much going on in builds in Path of Exile 2. Not to mention all the comboing potential all the abilities have with each other. They were showing monk stuff. They were showing off the monk class a little bit, and one of the abilities that's kind of more geared towards the monk. Because any class can use any ability. But one of the abilities more geared towards the monk was they drop a giant bell on the ground, and then it sits there. And the landing damages enemies, and then you can also hit the bell, and it'll like ring out and cause more damage. So they showed that and a bunch of monk stuff, and then like 20 minutes later in the announcement, they showed a mercenary, which is like a crossbow character, drop the bell and then shoot it with like a machine gun crossbow, and it went off like 20 times in the space of a half a second. I was like, damn, that looks cool as shit. There's gonna be so many options, dude. And I'm excited to try out a bunch of them. I think they said even Acts 1 through 3 already, like the half of the campaign that's gonna be on the early access. They expect a new player to take approximately 25 hours to get through Acts 1 through 3 the first time. So like, even the campaign itself is just massive. Which, I feel like the first time I got through the campaign ever, in the entire campaign, Acts 1 through 10 in Path of Exile, it probably took me about 24 hours of gameplay. So from the sounds of it, it may be about the PoE 2 story, maybe about twice as big. So the question will be, how quickly can an experienced player get through it? And honestly, I hope it's not 8 hours. Because if a fast player can get through it in 8 hours, that means every time I go through it, it's going to be like 20 myself. Because I can get through PoE 1 like relatively quickly, but I was never the zoomiest of all players. For a moment I thought this was ending in... Oh, it is ending in a dead end. Nice. Thank God that portal opened. Otherwise this would have been a 4-minute run. Yoink. need 4 more Titan tributes now. What a day, dude. Two seconds. Sorry about that. Someone was in the Discord asking a question. Just wanted to answer that before too long. I don't know when they asked it. Maybe about 15 minutes ago. That should be fine. Also, another thing, I'm just pretty much the rest of the day I'm gonna be thinking of new things that I forgot about after the presentation and just spouting them off. But one of the other things I'm super glad about is the first league mechanic that they decided to like really talk about in the endgame system was Breach, which is my favorite by far. And a lot of people like to hate on it, and sure, the loot's not great or whatever, but it's so fun. It's the blue, the red and purple, it's so nice. I'm being wished well by whomst? Johnny? Breach Luke. Yo. Oh, I thought he was saluting from the thumbnail on that. I'll look after this pit. Give me like a minute. I gotta look at that. I actually was shocked because I don't know if you heard it in the Q&A, Dagon, but I was hoping you were there when they said it. They with Jonathan and Mark were talking about people who do silly, crazy things like try and make a melee spellcaster or like a melee witch or like a like just totally random off classes that shouldn't really be doing the things they're doing. And they said they specifically refer to them as Johnnies. I was like, wait, why the hell am I being referred to with his name? Usually he's the one talking shit to me. I got an immediate kick out of that. Johnny was like, "That's me," when they said Johnny's, and then when they clarified what it was, he said, "Oh, that's not me." Yeah. Yeah, well, it was me. Yo, what? Hello? Twitch player, please. We gotta hear this in full Irish glory. Stop highlighting things. Thank you.
Can't wait to watch Will lose all his breach maps.
I will never. What? Hold up.
Can't wait to watch Will lose all his breach maps.
I will never lose them because all of my maps will be breach maps. It'll be impossible for me to lose them all. They said they should be self-sustaining. Yeah. I will never run out of breach maps. Ever. Ever. I'm very excited. One thing I will say I didn't like about the changes to Breach that they announced was the Breach Stones require 300 splinters now, which I know it's because there's only one kind of Breach Stone. But 300? And I'm sure they don't auto pick up. I saw them not get auto picked up. That's probably the biggest bummer, but the rest of it, the high res, like, body horror hands, all that shit, all about it. A huge fan. Not feeling so good, gonna lay down? Alright. Have yourself a good lay down, Mr. Papa. Thank you for sharing the quote-unquote well wishes. What did we start at? 215. So when we level up, we'll be at 351 million XP for the day. Meaning a casual 1,149,000,000 XP to go after that. We're close. We're close. We're almost 20% of the way there. This is like the third Den Mother we've gotten today. Out of like maybe 15 runs. We're getting scammed, dude. 15? No, we've already done. Damn, we've already done 30 runs. What the hell? Maybe it's not that bad, but 10% seems like a little bit of a high occurrence rate for one boss out of all of the potential bosses in a single pit run. Or available at the end of any pit run. I think we've also gotten the drowned sea hag a couple of times as well. So we're just getting all the delay bosses today. Oh, that was the portal. I didn't even realize. I was just kind of zoned out, dude. Next one will do it. If not this one, then certainly the next one. It'll be kind of close. If we don't level up off this one, it'll be like 40k away. Which I am missing incense. That certainly does not help a damn thing. We were actually 700k away. A little less close than we thought that time. Either way, we'll level up well before this one's done. There it is. Yo, it wasn't even, who's or what's its? It was actually 76 seconds, or like 77 seconds. It's one of the few times we've actually gotten one done in less than 80. It's a nice feeling, dude. I forgot to spend my point. Heck. Also, what is the level requirement? 590 million? So when we're done here, it'll be... $351 plus 590, which is 941. So when we level up, we'll need another 560 million. Which means we will almost level up to 288 before we're done today. Okay, that was enough to open the portal. I almost went through the wrong one. Honestly, if we end up finishing our 1.5 billion XP for the day at like 95% of the way through the level, I might just go finish up the level. So we start off tomorrow at 289 or whatever. But we'll probably still be like a good 50 to 100 million away by the time we finish that objective, so it'll kind of depend on how I'm feeling when we get there. If I'm like completely spent, I'll probably just call it, but if there's a little more gas in the tank, we'll finish it out. Ultimately, the goal is to make sure we avoid burning out, because we still got at least like 7 more days of grinding like this to go. Not really worried about ancestral boots right now. When we get to 150 million in this level, probably gonna get up and grab some food because I got hungry kind of out of nowhere. It's probably got something to do with the coffee. But we also need that to remain conscious, so drink we must. Just need like one more elite. Yeah, that'll do it. Nice. I was a little worried we were gonna have to go to the next zone there, and I could not find the portal. What is that? Fists of Fate. With a relatively shit roll, unfortunately, on the power. But I've been wondering what a Fists of Fate with a bunch of greater affixes looks like. And it got... The one affix it did not hit a greater affix on hit 6.9%. Isn't that beautiful? You can't write jokes like that. Hell yeah. We're keeping those for sure. I'm glad I yoinked it on the way out. Heckin' nice, dude. Only problem is that'll end up being not 6.9% if we ever masterworked it. So the only option is to never masterwork it. Unfortunately. I feel like Simple Reprisal and Rallying Reversal drop like almost every time I get anything that can have offensive aspects on it. Like it's one of those two. I kinda hate it. I don't want to leave here too early because I've had too many runs where I leave this zone too early and then the next zone has like no monsters in it and no portal to go to a third zone. So we gotta make sure we get like a good chunk of this place done. Even if it slows me down. Ideally we just get it done here, but I don't want to leave here with a bunch of progress left. If we're gonna leave, we gotta make sure it's close. Yeah, that's probably as close as we can get it. We've done pretty much everything. Well, we kept it under 2 minutes that time. That layout was not my favorite. There just were not enough elites next to each other in any reasonable amount of space, like Anytime we wanted to go from one elite pack to another, we had to jump through like 7 walls. That didn't feel so great. I wonder who this boss is. Did not see that very early. And it's shit. Bummer. If only we had the max life dexterity. Not that it really matters, because we're probably not really playing a different build than this before the release of PoE 2. There's only one other build we have that would benefit from that. And I don't intend to play it probably for the rest of the season. We don't need it. I don't want that one. It smells funny. We got 114. We're getting there, we're getting there. What's that one? Rapid. It's like the second one we've gotten today, and it's also still bad. Unfortunate. But I was gonna wait until I hit 150 million because that would be 1/3 of the way through our grind for the day. However, I have to use the restroom, and I'm getting light hungry. So I'm gonna get up a little bit earlier than anticipated and go get a snack and also use the restroom. So I appreciate you watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are new not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, or the like and subscribe buttons if you're watching on YouTube. And when we return, get this, we're doing more pit runs. Yep. Alright, friends, we made it. Had me a bowl of beef stew. I got me a little piece of chocolate. So, suffice it to say, I feel way better. Got me some water. I'm gonna take a bite of this, and then we got some XP to grind. Yeah, alright. Feel better. We go. Again and again and again and again and again. What are those? Max life, resource cost reduction? Not the worst thing ever. Didn't see the aspect. Reactive armor. Unfortunate. Oh, I just remembered another thing they announced for Diablo 4 Season 7 is that once you log into a character that has completed the class quest, that has completed their own class quest, anytime you make a new character of that class, you will not need to redo the class quest in order to unlock the powers. They said something about there being a nice reward if you do go redo the quest. However, you'll have access to the power whether you finish the quest or not. So they're basically going to function like Lilith altars now, where you do them once on each class, and then pretty much from that point forward, you don't have to worry about doing it again. Which I think is great for like druids in particular, because their quest is super annoying. Spiritborn's quest is super annoying because you gotta do the whole like three or four stage boss fight, and the lead-in quest for it as well. I've done those ones like I think 3 times this season already, and yeah, I would rather not do it again if I don't have to. So I'm all about that change. Hopefully this is the slowest run of the day. That one took a little bit too long. Oh, also Keplecki is getting nerfed to shit. Right now its maximum power roll is like 3%. The new Keplecki in patch 2.1 or season 7, whatever you want to call it, is the new maximum is 0.5%. But the other part of they kind of changed it a little bit. It wasn't all negative. They removed the damage penalty from your normal casts of the core skills. So right now Keplecki is your core skills are basic skills, and they do less damage, but then when you use a core skill while you're full resource, you get a bunch of extra crit damage. So now, and that's enough to outweigh the penalty by far. Oh no, I think just using the resource returns it to full damage and then gives you a bunch of bonus damage on top of that, so you get like a massive spike. So that no longer has the damage reduction and return to full damage concept to it. But yeah, it also does a sixth of the bonus damage that it does currently. Oh, it wasn't a dead end. I got so nervous for a second. Wait, nervous ain't the right word. I got upset for a moment, and then I realized everything's fine. That is officially 1/3 of the way through our grind for the day. 500 million acquired. $1 billion to go. And by dollars, I mean XP. We're so close. We're so close. Probably about 4 hours to go before we get there. Fell Soothsayers. That's actually a pretty good roll. I don't care that much though, but it's cool. Again. It's awful nice of people to keep popping incense the moment I pop out of the obelisk. It's good timing. Either that or they're specifically trying to be nice, which is also nice in its own way. It's the thought that counts, you know? Is this the same exact layout 2 times in a row? I think it's the slightly different one. Damn, 45 billion. They really did buff these shrines. Hello? That'll do. I'll take that. Yep, 36 billion. Cool. A little over 90 seconds that time. Could be worse. Again. 2/3 of the level to go. We're getting there. Before we're done for the day, we'll have to finish this level and like at least 90% of the next level. But it might end up being like 99% of the level, so we may as well finish it out either way. Go a little above and beyond the objective for today, just to get the extra threshold. And no matter what happens today, we'll probably only end up going 2.5 levels tomorrow. Not because we're grinding any less, but because the XP requirements are just that high. If we're going 1.5 billion XP and the requirements are like 600 million plus, then we'll only get 2.5-ish, probably not even that. But on the plus side, at that point we'll be like over 290, which is fine with me. So what's today? Thursday. Tomorrow will be Friday. Tomorrow we should hit 291. Unless I'm off by one. Might be 290 by the end of Friday. Yeah, if we go the extra level, we'll be 288 today. So if we go 2.5 levels tomorrow, then it'll be 290. Should be 291 or 92 by the end of Sunday. And then we'll take our breaks, and then we'll finish it out next week. Should be good. Actually feels a little sooner than I realized. Granted, we still have to get through today and tomorrow and the next day and the day after that too. But knowing we'll be close after the end of all that is making it a little easier to tolerate all this. Another fun thing from the D4 Season 7 announcement that I don't think I've really talked about is if you're not someone who's interested in grinding all the way up to 300, but you really want the, like, the Cow Panther, or the Panda Panther, whatever you want to call it, and the title that goes along with it, and like the Soulstone Mount Trophy and all that, when your characters are moved to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, your Paragon XP will go with them. So, basically, if you have any Paragon XP already on the Eternal Realm, it'll be added to that. So you'll get a little further, and then at the end of the next season, it'll add the Paragon XP you gain from that season to your Eternal Realm, and it'll just keep accumulating from season to season. And eventually, so long as you keep making progress on your Paragon levels, like some progress throughout the seasons, it'll accumulate all the way up to 300. And if you hit 300 in the Eternal Realm, log in and claim the rewards, you'll be able to use those in the Seasonal Realm. So it's the same as if you grind it all out in one season. I simply want 300 for the pride of getting it all done in the first season that it existed. So that's why we're doing this. But if I were to go to like level 295, I'd probably end up pretty close. Actually, I don't know how much XP is required to hit Paragon 100, because that's what my Eternal Realm is at. Just from whatever they left us on when they changed the progression system. Definitely would not take us all the way to 300 from 286, but it'd be a nice chunk. Ruthless. I don't even know what that aspect does off the top of my head, I'll be honest. Where are the elites? They're not here. Also, the moment I teleported away, another elite teleported on me, I think. Oh, no. Either they didn't teleport or they died. One way or another. It all worked out. Honestly, the teleporting elites are probably my least favorite because a lot of times they aggro before you can even see them. That means they teleport on top of me as soon as I go to teleport on top of them, and then it's like super awkward because then I kind of have to like backtrack. It's just a whole thing, waste a bunch of time. It's kind of hard to prevent. Because by the time I realize I'm fighting one of them, it's already too late. Falling feathers. I'm probably just gonna stop picking up loot that doesn't have multiple greater affixes. It only adds like an extra second or two to our runs, but when we have to do 1,000 more runs, that little extra second here and there kind of adds up. Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. Oh, so my potion wore off. Bro, let me through the wall, please. I'm begging. Okay, there's no elites over there. This was probably not worth it. We should have simply left. I don't want it. I'm tempted because it's a habit to pick up those items, but I don't want it. I don't need it. $295 million will be the halfway point of this level. Meaning about 3 more runs after this one. I had to make sure that was actually a little corner. If it was a path forward, I probably would have taken it. it's the den mother. Oh, wow. It's like our third fell soothsayers today. What ladder? I didn't see no ladder. What are those? I know I said I don't want to pick up the Ancestrals, but like, that one had 3 greater affixes. What if they're perfect? I suppose it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Kind of interesting. Nothing particularly useful though. Like if it had plus to skill levels on something that was kind of useful, that would have been nice. But I don't necessarily hate Lucky Hit and Crit Chance together. So I don't know if like Lucky Hit damage procs can crit. That's the real question. +3 to Brilliance. With max life on it, that's kinda neat. The Dexterity would be the third mod we want on that. But we would lose a bunch of life. So I think it would only be worth it if we had Greater Affix Brilliance plus Greater Affix Life. Life is really, really, really good. Brilliance is pretty good, but I don't know if it's as good as, like, 500 extra life. Let me down. At this point, I want to get there on principle. There we fucking go. Good goodness. I think it was that little wall right there. Right there. May have been causing us to target a spot that was invalid, so it left us in the same spot we started. That very well may be the case. Still not our slowest run today. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is up to you, but it is the fact. Also, we are officially past 295, which means we're over halfway. Our next goal is 399 million XP into this level. That'll be the halfway point for our entire grind for the day. Once we cross that, we will only have 750 million XP to go. That is to say, roughly 75 more pit runs. Guess we can't hop through that wall. No big deal. You know what, it may not be a problem with the wall in that spot, it may just be that there's really very, like, relatively small surface area that we're able to target with Store properly, so most of the time it probably thinks we're trying to teleport on top of the handrail or something. Love when Store goes off twice in the same spot, that's my favorite. My incense. Should be 5 more runs before we cross that 390 mark. How's it going, Dad? It's going. Slow and steady, as usual. We're almost halfway done for the day. Which means it'll probably be, when we do get to halfway, it'll probably be another 3 hours or so. Then again, it should, the other way to put it is it should be 75 more pit runs, and if those are like 2.5 minutes, yeah, I guess that would be 3 hours, wouldn't it? A long way to go, but we're making progress. How are you doing, Mr. Simple? Will the butcher try and take another swing at you? Good hit 60. 20 Paragon now. Let's go. You in Torment? Or are you still chilling in Penitent just to have a little more safety? Krampus Goat tried twice. Sheesh. Penitent for now. Butcher too scared, ain't that the truth? I gotta stop looking at the XP after every run because it's just gonna do nothing but make it take longer. I already know it's 4 more runs before we hit the halfway mark. I don't have to look to remember that. I just want the validation of looking and being like, oh, I only have 200 million to go or something. Gotta restart browser. Good luck, sir. Yeah, we're out of secret charges again. What the hell? That's illegal. Actually, before we go in the next one, let's do... $566 minus 215 plus 590. Yeah, that's right. And then 1500 minus, was that 951? 941. So that'll be how far we have to go into the next level. After 286. So considering right now the requirement for going 286 to 287 is 590, it's probably going to be like 630 million to level up. Which means that 559 million XP should put us within like 100 million of leveling up. Which at that point may be worth it just to do the 10 extra runs or whatever it is to finish out the level. Just so we can say we're starting out from one level higher tomorrow. I think we're at 585 now. Unfortunately, we're only barely getting over 10 million, so we'll be at 595 after the next one, which is not quite halfway there. We need one more. Pit 20 time? Torment time. Or pit 20 and done, torment time. Dear goodness. Good luck, sir. I hope your resources or your resistances are sorted. And armor as well. Concussive strikes. Yo, it's a max roll. Nice. I don't know if I have that one already or not. Also, I'm fucking exhausted out of nowhere, dude. That was too much hype all at once, and now that it's worn off, now that it's worn off and we're bashing our head against the pit, I'm just tired, dude. Hey, yo. That's a snazzy razor plate to have in hardcore, sir. Congratulations. I do have clan chat on, sir. Too late, whispered me instead. Fuck, I didn't notice the message, I'm sorry. Alright, that makes 750 million for the day, which is half of our goal, but I'm like dozing off, so I'm gonna get up and walk around for a minute and hopefully shake myself out of it, because I do not want to leave 750 million unacquired for today. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Make sure you follow if you're watching on Twitch, like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, and I will be right back. Yo, hello? Dad? New kid? Is that you? Papa? If you're still here, thanks for the raid, buddy. Great raid right there. Ah, yeah. Perfect timing. Hello? What's up, AJ? What's up, new kid? How y'all doing? I can hear you. Can you hear me? I was definitely dozing off after like my 100th pit run for the day. So I needed to like walk around, or at least that was the official story. Really, I just went and laid down for like 8 minutes. Well, I feel way better now. But yeah, I'm doing great. Nuker's raid. Hog. What's up, raiders? For those of you who don't know me, my name's Will Luco. I stream and I make videos on, well, I stream on YouTube and Twitch. I make videos on YouTube. It'd be kind of weird to make videos just on Twitch, I'll be honest. But yeah, I'm also the author of probably the dumbest builds you've ever heard of in any ARPG ever, so that's my biggest claim to fame. But how's your stream? Right now we're grinding to Paragon 300 as the title implies in Diablo 4, and it is a long grind. And frankly, the only way to build up the XP in any reasonable amount of time is to do the same 2-minute run over and over and over and over again, hours upon hours upon hours. And we'll get there eventually. And by eventually, I mean like next week sometime. Well, we'll get there before PoE 2, damn it. I made just a quick one because you have a lot of schoolwork to get done. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, good luck with all that. I believe in you. Thank you again for the raid. Also, you just ran some power levels and have 2,200 health tide cinders and 44 minutes to find his... What? How do you even get 2,200 health tide cinders? From the... There's no way that's from the Blood Maiden, right? Really? You'll send a clip later? Okay, because I didn't think they spawned cinders that quickly, unless you happened upon them after they had already spawned everything, and like the cinders were just piled up everywhere. So we'll want to play D4, but it didn't feel as fun as D3, but it looks fun. Well, if you're a D3 enjoyer, I highly recommend you check out the game now that Vessel Hatred is out. You don't necessarily have to have the expansion to get a feel for it, because the main game itself has changed to be quite a bit more like Diablo 3. Still, you know, different, probably slower pace, and the itemization is like all different. But some people were complaining the damage numbers are basically Diablo 3 all over again. And the new glyph system, like we still have this weird Paragon board thing that's kind of crazy to look at, but these glyphs, these red things, are basically like the legendary gems in Diablo 3, and these things we're running are basically like Greater Rifts all over again. So it's kind of like all that with more stuff on top. Also, if you do check it out and then enjoy it, Vessel Hatred's like 25% off right now. Stop all in D4 after season 3. After season 3 tank? Gotcha. Yeah, it's definitely gotten a lot better since then. I think it was season 4 they redid itemization to be more more interesting. And then with the previous patch, like on the release of the expansion, they overhauled the progression system and the difficulty system to feel a little bit more like Diablo 3. And by a little bit, I mean a lot more. Also, it's not quite the same Paragon system, because, again, the board thing, but we have more than 100 levels to go for now. We can go all the way up to 300, which is a far cry from the thousands you could get in Diablo 3, but it's a slight improvement if that's what you're going for. Yeah, honestly, I played Diablo 4 when it came out, so I was playing in Season 0, or Pre-Season, whatever you want to call it. Then I played Season 1 and I was like, this was alright, the mechanic was kind of weird. I wasn't a huge fan of it, and then I stopped playing it for like 3 seasons until they did Season Loot Reborn, whichever one that was, which I think was 4. And then I stopped again until this time. Break out the spreadsheets. Yeah, it do be kind of like that, but I can promise you it's not nearly as complicated as PoE stuff. It's just terrifying to look at first. I can open it up in more detail once I get out of this run. Not the spreadsheets. Final Fantasy X Sphere Grid on the Final Fantasy XII license board. Can't say I've heard that combination. That sounds like a banger to me. But yeah, really all the little ones, they're just little chunks of stats of different kinds. It's just figuring out which way to put them to get to the right blue ones and the right orange ones and then the right sockets and stuff. So like with Path of Exile, you gotta like min-max every little point, and are these small ones worth taking? Even though this big one is really something I want, and then like, there's like, this is 1/5 as complicated as that. Didn't really like the feel. Gotcha. There's nothing wrong with it if it's not your jam. Putting a clip in the D4 Discord. Oh yeah, the cinders. Hold. Hold. What's this? Oh my damn. Yo, is that Incinerate? Yeah, it is. That build is so fun to just sit there and spin around in the center. But this is dropping way more cinders than the last time I remember doing Blood Maidens. Docs his entire friends list. Let's go. Well, good luck finding the chests in all 45 minutes or 40 minutes left. Don't know if they're doing something weird, but it felt buggy. I don't know, it could be that they buffed them. I just haven't done health tides in forever. Oh, since we were talking about Paragon boards and spreadsheets and PoE, the PoE tree being awful to look at. Turns out, the announcements from PoE 2 today, they confirmed that the new passive tree for PoE 2 is actually larger than the first one. So that's exciting. As if it wasn't bad enough already. But then again, they're fitting twice as many classes onto it, so maybe that was kind of to be expected. Also, Semper, maybe the bugginess was just lagging from all those cinders dropping. need online maps just to break up the regions of the Path of Tree, pretty much. They did show a big chunk of the passive tree, but I don't know if they ever zoomed out and showed the whole thing. That was another thing I kind of wanted to see, but I don't remember seeing. But we're only 15 days away from getting it in early access, so if nothing else, we'll get to see it then. That's not where I wanted to go. Yo, we made it. We don't even want to... We have so many of these runs to do, we don't even want to take time to pick up the loot or anything. It just takes up too much time, damn it. Look at us go. We're getting the fast runs now. What's the ant? Blood boiling. Gross. You're not supposed to boil that. What the hell? 460, so 13 more runs will get us level 287. And once we get there, we only need that many more millions before we can call it good for the day. So at 10-ish million XP per run, only about 60 runs, 65 runs remaining. We go again. It ain't much, but it's honest work. That was actually a shitload of progress in that zone. What the hell? Not interested in that ring at all. Got a steps on deck. Let's go. Close enough. The idea was conveyed, therefore the communication was effective. I'm proud of you. You're like a bona fide Gorilla Thorns build now. You got the Razor Plate and the Steps on deck. Just need the loyalty now. If that's your jam, that is. Wouldn't you know it? We go again. But that's okay. We only go again like 16 more times tonight. And tomorrow we'll be right back here doing it another 150 times. And the day after that, and the day after that one too. And by then we might break level 292. We'll have to finish up the last 8 levels next week, most likely. could have sworn that pack would open the door, damn it. Let me in. What's that one? Combined strikes. Not interested. I'm good, thanks. Less than 10 runs now. We're heckin' in there, dude. I feel like we're getting shitloads of elites, but this run has actually been really, really slow. Weird. Ah, well, we still got it done under 2 minutes. No big deal, I guess. My evade charges, no! I need them. Get me out of here. The real question is, when we level up, do we finish the next level or not? Find the full answer to that question. I think we need to get there first. Part of me feels like it's a good idea. Part of me is also lazy because we've already been live for 8 hours. I kind of just want to end the stream as soon as I get my objective for the day, which is a billion and a half. It would probably be better for us if we got a little farther than usual today. Extra time spent today is time saved tomorrow, sort of. Well, maybe not saved tomorrow, but saved on the last day of our grind, basically. And that'll be when it all catches up to us. And if I'm already tired, what's the harm in getting a little more tired, you know? Don't want none of that, please. I think it's like 3 more runs and we'll level up. Again, please. Oh no, we got like 6 more runs. I have grossly overestimated our XP gains. I got all excited for nothing. Hello? Paragon board? What are you doing here? You've seen the light? What light? If you're talking about the sun, don't look at it. Oh, monkey. Hell yeah, dude. It's awesome, isn't it? Sepizante plus razor plate, it just slams, dude. Also, are you following my guide for it, or are you like figuring it out yourself? Annihilated the health tide assassin bug on Torment 1? Having been in the difficulty less than an hour. That's crazy. You were YOLOing, but now you might? Okay. The thing is, my guide, the updated one, is now outdated. Because I figured out a better way to do it. So once I finish this run, I'll link the D4 planner for the newest and improvedest if you would like to look at. Basically, I realized I was kind of splitting my investment between thorns and like damage with rock split, the basic attack. And so when I swapped into everything on thorns, suddenly my damage went from like maybe 500 million to 750 million a hit to like multiple billions. And so it can almost do pits at the same speed as this one, but since it's not really a mobility skill, like since it can't use mobility skills, it's like 30 seconds slower per run, which is it's too much difference. On pit tier 70, that is. Yeah, we're gaming. We're gaming. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, so you took the Jaguar for the ferocity. Look at him go. Hey, yo, Lee, thanks for that follow. Gonna do the triple spirit helmet? Oh, that one. Gotcha. The other approach. And now I don't want to. I want a monkey. Right? That's the spirit. Go loyalties mental. Take double monkey. You can still get 3 ferocity permanently by doing... Yo, thank you for the 10 bits. Lee Kurtosi from South Carolina. I appreciate that. What the hell was that sound effect? It's the first time anyone sent bits since I moved back to Twitch. Kurtos. Ah, gotcha. My mistake. Thank you. How are you doing today? Copy link. There we go. Gorilla Thorns Mark III. If you want to take a look at that one. Good, about to crash, but nice to meet you. Hell yeah, nice to meet you too. Thank you again for those biddies and the follow. I appreciate that. But I hope you have yourself a good night. Oh, I think I got, I forgot to finish what I was saying about ferocity with the way I was getting ferocity with the Gorilla Thorns build was if you put 5 points in Ravager, one of the Jaguar, the one with the Jaguar passive, the Jaguar scale with the passive attached, there we go. If you put 5 points in it, you just get a permanent 3 ferocity, like at all times. You don't even have to upkeep it. It's great. And then you still get all the bonuses from Loyalty's Mantle because you get to keep double monkey. All monkey, all the time. That bit alert reminded me, I gotta update my bit sounds, dear goodness. Also, I suppose for posterity, I should also include the Gorilla Mark III in the YouTube chat as well. Three more runs. That'll get us there. That's not a door, that's a dead end. This is a door. Okay, bye. I require more elites. Need them all. Could have been a decent run, but we ended up getting Den Mother instead of a normal speed buffs. She's trying to stall us out, dude. And it's working. Yeah, we should level up off this one. Actually, we're like barely 1,000,000 XP away. 1.5 million. We'll get there in no time at all. Reconnecting to Diablo 4, that's unsettling. I'd prefer if we stayed connected. That's just me. There it is, 287. Next one is 615 million. That's actually less than I expected. I thought it was gonna be like 630 or 640. Something ridiculous. 615 is kind of doable. Take that one. Wait, the door. The exit. Okay, since we have to get this many millions before we have acquired our goal of 1.5 billion for today, which will put us like 60. Fuck it. It'll put us 56 million away from leveling up again. So I think we do just go the extra mile and finish that out today. So tomorrow we hit I'm sorry. Tomorrow we start from 288, which gives us a pretty, actually, yeah. Which means by the time we're done tomorrow, we'll be at 290, which I think is a pretty good spot to be. So from the weekend onwards, we'll be leveling through the 290s. You might say from the weekend onwards, we'll be running through the 90s. The 290s, that is. Also, fuck, the reference was running in the 90s, damn it. It's been too long since I listened to that song. Yo, I thought that was a bunch of plebs around that shrine. Did not mean to pick that up, but I'll take it. My potions. Just a casual 60 runs before we're done for the day, that's all. feel like that's not the first time I've said we only have 60 runs to go today, but maybe I was just lying to myself a bit earlier to make it feel like it wasn't so bad. But now we're like actually 60 runs away. Like for really reals this time. That's 3 elites in a corner. Cool. Yo, my cat did not pick up the Artificer Stones. I kind of want my money back. I actually kind of need those things. We still have a long way to go before we hit 300. And if I run out because the cat stopped picking them up, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. Might consider putting it back up for adoption. Open the door at 13:35 and zipped right past the boss. We wasted a whole second teleporting past the boss. We're never gonna make it at this rate. There, have a buff for that guy. Excuse me. Everyone's stuck. Bruh. Let me up. Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. Oh, it's the den mother. At least she only wasted like 3 seconds showing up this time instead of like the usual 5. That one felt faster than usual. Damn you, allergies. Why must you make my nose itch? Please. I'm suffering. So I think I realized the reason we can only go through half the walls half the time is not any fault of the walls. It's the fact that I'm probably targeting spots that are unpathable. So like handrails or like right next to walls, like a little too close to them. It thinks I'm targeting the wall itself. So we're just a little more careful of where we're aiming at shit. Kind of like that, I actually targeted right there. And it didn't let me through the wall because I was targeting an unpathable spot. However, that time, targeting the actual center of the walkway, everything was fine. So really, it was user error all along. Call that one my bad. Got a question that I think you know the answer to. Or that you think you know the answer to, but you want to ask. Okay, I'm ready. Hit me with it. Yes, Gurren Lagann is still the best anime of all time. Next question. On that max roll link you linked, you take the left toxic skin choice, but on the max roll side, they're the wrong way around. It is the Thorns one I take. Now I gotta look. Yeah, basically we end up using 3 out of the 4 passive skills. Yeah. I think they swapped that, or they must have swapped that around in the mid-season update, because that was not like that. Thank you for pointing that out. Either that or I simply made a mistake while I was putting that together. Either way is possible. No, sir. Thank you. I was debated. I thought this way would be the dead end. Turns out it was the correct way all along. the Den Mother again. Wow, she wasted like 3 more seconds this time. Cool. Cool beans, dude. Now I gotta look in the skill tree. Okay, so it is backwards on max roll. What the hell? Okay. Gotta go lay down. Godspeed, sir. I'm monkeyed up tomorrow. Alright, sir. You too. Good luck. You got that easy. The monkey never dies. There's no elites there. This one will put us over 100 million. Actually, I believe we've already crossed the 1 billion XP mark for the day. Usually I've been taking breaks every 500 million XP, but I got up at 750 because I was falling asleep. So we can get up, we can go a little longer before getting up for that break. Wouldn't you know it? It is the whole floor targeting thing that's been the problem this whole time. Now we know. What in the supremacy stacks? I don't have any. Didn't matter. Nice. Yeet. Excuse me. So sorry. Since we did decide to finish out this entire level rather than simply stopping at precisely 1.5 billion XP, once we finish this one, we'll actually be at precisely 500 million XP remaining. For the next one. Yeah, look at that. It went just fine. We can go wherever we want now. Ain't that great? Alright. We need like 500,500,000 to go. So we'll do one more and then I'll get up and stretch. Also grab more water. We're getting a little low. we go. Yep, that. If we targeted just a little bit up and to the right, we would have been targeting the railing, which is what happened the first time. Yeah, we made it. All right. We officially have less than 500 million XP to go today. So, in celebration, I'm going to get up, use the restroom, grab some water. Stretch! And who knows? When we come back, maybe we'll do more pits. Just a sneaking suspicion. Also, I forgot to mention, thanks for watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are and you've not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And the like and subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. And, yeah. I want to come back more pits, for sure. For sure. Alright, friends. We're back. It is time to continue. The grind goes on. So, we are at, as we said before we got up, less than 500 million remaining for the day. That is to say, 490 million remain, or so. So we continue. Someone gave me a nice little stack of incense buffs while I was AFK. How mighty kind of them. I put that water bottle too far away. Died. Excuse me. Top of the morning to you. Welcome back. We're still going. Thankfully, though, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to finish up the goal for the day before running out of time on YouTube. Because the old 12-hour limitation do be getting a little close, but not that close. I sure did. Well, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Daily limit of jokes about the other game? Let's go with like 3. I feel like that leaves enough room for self-expression without being overwhelmed. Got the level 101 today? Hell yeah. Congrats. The old triple digits. Let's go. But yeah, Bobby, the goal is to finish out level 287 before we call it a day. We end today at 288. We do end today at 288, and tomorrow at 290, and then the rest of the grind we're in the final 10s. Yeet. I appreciate that, Viva. Tried to take your mom through one of the rest today and she quit it? Was it like too many enemies or something? Or did you jump her straight from like the penitent difficulty one, which is like 15 or something, to 25? Those tiers are significant difficulty jumps. Just throw her right in the deep end. I respect it. Yeet. In the deep end. Sometimes you just gotta hit him with the old door in the face. screamed at her to sacrifice herself. Well, did she do it? Gotta be a team player in these situations. This is battle after all. Bruh, this is stalling is what it is. That boss is the worst. Couldn't kill one of the first bosses of the game. What was it, the... Got so mad you were screaming. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. Is there a class with taunting? Yes, Barbarian has it. It is attached to war cries, and I think I don't know if the, because both of the Barbarian's war cries are attainable through rune words. However, I do not know if those versions taunt as well. Oh, you just mean like from the very beginning of the campaign. Gotcha, gotcha. There's a whole new experience. Plus that dude with like the fire breath and the fire circles and stuff, and then he like slams the ground a bunch of times. Yeah, that shit did a lot of damage actually. If you wanted to test it, Viva, I'm pretty sure it leaves like a little, like, when you trigger the war cry, if they get taunted, I think it makes like a little effect at the enemy's feet. Not 100% certain that that's right, but I feel like that's what I remember from the one time I played Barb. And I've used war cry several times. However, that's the offensive one, not the defensive one. So I don't think that one taunts. Be the hero who sacrifices. I'm sorry, I don't have time. We got Paragon levels to grind. And next season, I'm gonna be doing Druid or Sork. I've already kind of been leaning towards those two. Also, not gonna lie, the one time I did play Barb, I followed someone else's build guide. Feels like cheating, but I definitely did it. Stupid ads. My condolences. Okay, Druid. I'll do Werewolf. But I'm gonna be doing a Werewolf with, like, Storm Wolves. Because they're adding a new aspect where your summoned wolves, you and your summoned wolves have, like, tornadoes constantly attached to your feet. And they do more damage per tornado you have. So, like, you just build up tons of wolves. And then you have tons of tornadoes, and they all do tons of damage. So, like, what's not to like about that? It does. They showed, like, a little snippet of what it looks like during all the announcements. It was very cool, because they had, like, 6 wolves or 5 wolves or something. Plus the druid itself. I mean, they just... There was wind everywhere. So then imagine we have that and we get the Piranha Tornado. The Piranha-nado. Piranha-nado? NATOs for days. You know, they talked about nerfing or fixing a bunch of problems with the Spiritborn. They never specifically said anything about fixing Source, so I'm kind of hoping it stays functioning the same way it does right now through next season. No, I did, what was it? I did 2... Oh, what did I do? I think it was 2 of the 1 objectives, 1 of the 3, and then 1 of the 5. Yeah, that's what it was. 2 1-pointers, 1 3-pointer, and a 5-pointer. So dungeon, the rituals are the harvest ones, and then like the corpses, or the 2 of the corpses, or 2 of the like the event ones, whatever those were. That is to say, 1 dark red one, 1 medium red one, and 2 light red ones. And I usually targeted the ones that were like getting closer to expiring, because if we just let them expire, then they're kind of wasted. But if they only had like 3 minutes left before I started, I kind of just let them go. Sometimes that happens. Both 2 5-pointers. I mean, that works too. The maths still maths. My biggest concern was running out of 5-pointer objectives and then having to wait for more to spawn. So I killed a little bit of time with the smaller ones. Fuck. I didn't see how many we were up to. We have all 99. That was actually our 100th Tribute of Titans. So that's all we need. We don't need to pick up any more Titan Tributes. Maybe we do that 100 Titan Tribute video when I have downtime from PoE 2. Like, just do it, like, grind them off stream, record all the footage, and then make a little breakdown video of it. So you can actually finish all 5 pointers and wait until more spawn. Yeah, because whispers only spawn at like set times, as far as I know. Like every set interval, more spawn in a different area. And I think that's usually when one set expires, another set spawns. But I'm not 100% certain of that. I just know they don't continually spawn as you clear them. They spawn when they choose. Oh, dead mother. Oh, wow. I love wasting time. It's my favorite pastime. Have a present. I meant to only use one of those. Whoa. Hello? Speaking of whispers, we just got a free 5 for doing the pit. If you just do the same activity often enough, eventually the whispers will come to you. It's like the old broken clock saying. At least it wasn't the Den Mother. Still a little bit of stalling, but not nearly as much. Again. We only have 40 runs to go. Should be a little less than 2 hours. Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. I gotta like take an allergy pill or something. Wow, we made it. Oh, by the way, I feel like I should mention, for people who are channel members to my YouTube, next week, I'm planning on putting out 2 videos for members only. Not really about Diablo stuff, but more about, like, my channel's history, kind of like a look back on one video, and then, like, a future plans video. So it's like a look back and a look forward. But I've realized this whole time I've had the channel, or had been part of the YouTube partner program, I haven't done a single thing special for channel members. So that will be changing next week, other than the couple of posts I did like last week. So if you are a channel member, look forward to that. If that's something you're interested in, don't be afraid to click on that join button, because I think the memberships start from like $3 or something like that. Maybe 4. I don't remember. It's been too long since I looked. Just a casual and random plug because I couldn't think of anything else to say because we're doing the same thing for the 5th consecutive hour or something. I don't need none of that. Wouldn't you know it? We go game. Thank you, sir. May I have another? On the plus side, less than 400 million to go. It's just like 370 or something. Numbers and shit. Again, please. Well, we got 3 elites back there. Seems worth. Yo, these explosion shrines, they do billions of damage now if you're high Paragon level, turns out. Blast Wave Shrine? I think that's what it's called. The only shrine name I really remember is the Conduit one, because it's so damn annoying. But even that got buffed, so it's probably actually useful now. Okay, bye. What's the halfway point? 308 million. Is close enough anyways. So basically 2 more runs will put us halfway through the low level. Not long now. Yo, what happened to my consumables? Let's go, let's go. Got stuff to do. More pits to run, obviously. And with that, we're past the 308 mark, so we're past halfway. Oh shit, we're almost under 300 million. So should be about 30 or 31 more runs. Yeah, it should be about 29 more runs. Since we get a little over 10 million per run, we should get the extra million or two we need without having to do another entire run. We got that easy. 17 to go. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Now, on the one hand, this is probably one of the grindier grinds I've ever done. On the other hand, I'm gonna be so glad when it's done. The delayed gratification is gonna go crazy, dude. I think by the time we're done, we'll actually have been doing this for like 3 weeks, or like 2.5 or something. So you better believe when I'm able to be done running pits, I'm just gonna feel about 10,000 pounds lighter. Yo, an actual fast run? It's been a while since that happened. Getting a little too tired to be doing these runs in 90 seconds or less for the most part. There simply were not any elites there for like the longest time. Oh, did I say we were 19 runs away earlier? I meant we're 24 runs away now. So I probably meant 29 if I said 19 earlier. An unfortunate setback, but one of my own making. Nothing actually went wrong, I just don't know math. There's no elites there. There's one. There's two. There's two. There's none. There's three. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Retribution. Game? Question mark? Bro, the fucking sleepies are coming back. We were doing so good. Hey, welcome back again. What's up, buddy? Sorry, I kind of zoned out. What's going on? I was falling asleep is what was happening. I was trying to remember if I was playing a video game or watching a show I was watching earlier. Couldn't be sure. But we have 21 runs to go. We can go about 30 more minutes. We'll be okay. It'll be a real nice breakpoint to start from if we finish this level today. The worst case, when we have like 10 runs left, I might stand up just to stay awake. Reawaken, refresh, and come back for the final push. That might be a good idea. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie, as soon as I finish this grind, I'm never doing a grind of 300 again. Unless I'm doing it in a longer period of time. Like, the reason we're in such a hurry is because of Path of Exile 2. Right on the horizon. And I wanted it in particular this time. I wanted 300 in particular this time. Because it's the first season that Paragon 300 has existed, so I just kind of want to get it. And then, like, in the future, I probably won't care so much about it. I can say I did it, and that's good enough. But if I do decide I want 300 in the future, just for whatever reason, then I'm definitely doing it over a longer period of time. Like, I'll do a couple pit runs every single day that I'm playing to boost the XP as I go, rather than trying to run through it and by just doing pit stuff all the time. Like, this stuff is crazy to be doing for as much as we are. Yeah, tomorrow will be easier because we don't have all those announcements to sit through and all the hype and excitement that goes with those. Just playing for fun. Nothing wrong with that. Some people say getting worked up just means you care about the game. There's nothing wrong with that either, as long as it's not, like, harmful, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. When you put it that way, you make a whole lot of sense. Oh, really? Could we not have wrapped like a whole pathway all the way back there? That would have been nice. You killed the day so many times. I suppose it's a good thing y'all aren't playing on hardcore. They were talking about it a little bit on the stream earlier, like, you're playing couch co-op with a buddy or a family member, and you're playing hardcore and one of you dies, what do? You just yeet the surviving character and start over together? Like, I don't know. I think the simplest answer is probably to just not play hardcore on couch co-op. Unless you get like fast enough to, or get far enough with the surviving character to like boost another character for the buddy. I suppose that would work. But that was during the PoE announcements, and boosting doesn't really work so well in Path of Exile. For the most part. Funny when your mom gets mad sometimes. Hell yeah, she's invested. You'll have to see it. Grinding for a long time? Well, we got to, we got too much to do and not enough time to do it. But we're almost done. We're almost done. Just like 20, 30 more minutes. 30 more minutes! Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. Thankfully, we haven't been grinding the entire 10.5 hours we've been live. The first 5 hours of that were announcements. You have a huge chase on, you'll be good. Hell yeah. One day it'll be legal here. We're officially less than 20 runs away. Yep. And I'm generally pretty risk averse about that kind of thing, so I just don't bother. I figure eventually it'll happen, so I'll enjoy it when that happens. Honestly, it's probably the healthier choice. I'm no scientist, but your excuse? Good enough for me. If it works, it works. It's the den mother. Again. I should probably go to the portal, huh? Yo, my potion wore off. I gotta pay better attention to that. We don't lose a horribly large amount of XP by not having it, but it's pretty easy to have it, so we would be better off to keep it going. Who knows how long it was since that was last active. Certainly not me. Ah, shit. I didn't mean to cancel that teleport. I just thought I could pick it up. Didn't look, so I have no idea. We're just gonna assume, since no one saw when it expired, we're gonna assume that we had 100% uptime. I activated it as soon as it expired. No mistakes here. No, sir. And me make mistakes? Nope. Can't be me. Must have been the other guy. What the hell? That's toxic. Yo, my scene on the preview on my YouTube page just swapped to my BRB screen and I panicked. I thought I'd been on the wrong scene this whole time. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. He had like 100 dudes? Oh, that's crazy. I thought you meant like someone physically ran past you today and like nearly knocked you over or something. But doing it in game with a boatload of like enemies and shit, that's even more toxic. It's like 10 times worse. Downright toxic, rude, and uncalled for. Come on down. Come on. Thank you. We got stuff to do. $15 more runs. We're getting there. We're getting there. Boss took forever. Bro. Den Mother? I can't stand that boss. She spends longer spawning in than she does die. There's another one called the Drowned Sea Hag, who also takes a little bit to spawn in, but it's like half as long as the Den Mother, so it's still a bummer to see that one, but not quite so bad as the Den Mother. That was a good one. Watch it be Den Mother again to waste. Oh no, it's not. Hell yeah. Dolly. Thank you. We had to redeem ourselves after that Den Mother run. We had to make up the time. Hello? Probably a mistake to run that way since we'd have to backtrack. Oh well. Too late now. Thank you. I didn't get to see what that amulet was. Not too worried about it, but it'd be nice to get unyielding hits or something. Nice little consolation prize for the day. What's the actual amount? 559 million will be the actual 1.5 billion mark in terms of how much XP we've gained today. It's okay. All these bosses are ugly anyways. They're like scary monsters. We don't need to look at them. We just need them out of here. Teeth guys you don't like? Oh yeah, the big snake things. They're nasty. And they hurt too. Like if your character is not exceptionally tanky, and they do their little like headbutt thing, Man, this is a big chunk of health. It do be like that sometimes. That dude was a ghost. He was basically invisible. $4.92. I'm gonna go outside. Too cold. Can't say I blame her. Shit, I won't go outside because it's too cold, and it's still 44 outside. Minus 11. Yeah, that's a no from me. The moment I see a negative symbol next to the temperature, I'm putting on 3 pairs of socks, 7 jackets, 5 blankets, and I'm not moving for the rest of the week. Last year got to minus 45 for a week. What? That's crazy. That's a little chilly. Just a wee bit. A little. Oh, the incense wore off. Have some buff. Kitchen door froze shut. Dear goodness. Well, on the plus side, even if it doesn't happen to me this year, I can definitely use that as an excuse during the winter for why I don't want to go touch grass. Sorry, my door froze shut. Yeah, it's crazy. I know, basically locked from the outside. Nothing I can do, I just gotta keep playing Diablo. Darn. Woe is me. Has anyone on this earth had it as difficult as I've had it? I'm not convinced. Although I guess by December it won't be Diablo I'm playing. Well, it'll be all Path of Exile. Also, my inventory is way too full. We just gotta yeet some shit. Get it out of here. Throw it in there. Why not? Thank you, thank you. Again! Technically, if we were still attempting to only get 1.5 billion XP today, we'd be done in 4 runs. However, doing 4 more runs is going to put us 6 runs away from leveling up, so it's just like, you know what? Just finish it out. Finish the level. I'll feel better tomorrow from starting at a fresh level. That's right. That's right. What's 12 more minutes at this point? It's been 6.5 hours. Like the size of oh damn. Damn. Solid, dude. Yeah, generally I only smoke once a week as like a celebratory made it through either the work week or just the week in general. But I usually have a cigar at that point. Sit outside for an hour, or when it's cold, I sit in my shed. And just hang out for an hour. It's nice. It do, in fact, be like that sometimes. Bruh, this boss again. Get me out of here. At some point, I should start keeping track of how many bosses there are. So, like, what are the odds of actually getting that boss? So that way, if I get her too often, I can start getting, like, really tilted. I have scientific evidence to like, back up my upsettiness. Should do that. I can think of 4 off the top of my head. There's the ghost, the blood guy, the den mother, the sea hag, the scorn of the earth, not scorn of the earth, is it scorn? The first boss, man, that's 5. There's the tree, that's 6. The bug makes 7. There's more, I'm sure. There's one I thought of and then I forgot it while I was mentioning a different one. Did I say snake? Because there was a snake one. If I didn't say it, that's 8. Evidently, so do I. Watch this be one of the ones I forgot. Yep, I forgot about this man. That's 9. There's at least 9 bosses. Stupid Tiefers. Darn straight. It checks out. The name does, in fact, check out. I still feel like I'm forgetting more bosses. But either way, we'll call it like 10-ish. There should be only a 1 in 10-ish chance of running into any one particular boss. And so to get Dead Mother multiple times in like 5 runs is kind of annoying. Especially in like back-to-back runs. It's the worst. Then again, that's assuming they all have equal chance to spawn, which would make the most sense to me. However, that's not how things always work now, is it? Right. That is another point. When we do so many runs, we are just going to run into her a bunch of times. Here's the bug. We counted in. This one will officially put us over 1.5 billion. The goal of the day. There's the Senna one and she takes forever. Yeah. On the plus side, Centipede is getting buffed in Season 7. So if you try it again next season, it will probably feel a little better. Some other things are getting nerfed, but they're like if you're not already using them, then it's not going to make a difference for you. Like to get to start from 0 again. Yeah, the nice thing is you don't have to redo the campaign, and if you go out and you find all of the Lilith statues that are all over the place that give you little stat buffs, you don't ever have to do that again either. Also, the other thing that carries through is the renown for each zone. If you fill up the entire bar once for each zone, you get these bonuses permanently. So like every time I make a new character now, because I've done the renown in all of the zones, I have like 12 extra skill points at level 1. So in addition to all of them, I think. So starting out at level 1 is like a breeze. Yeah, it feels pretty nice. Especially since most other ARPGs, and by most I mean I'm pretty sure all of them. Rose, oops. My bad. Considering most, I mean, all other ARPGs or games like this one make you redo the campaigns every single time they reset. This one's like a damn sight better. Excuse me. All right, we've done it. 1.5 billion. Mission accomplished. However, we're on the extra credit bonus stage. Here we go, game. A victory has been achieved. It is simply time for a victory lap or 6. Oh, Jan? I won't. I'll do my best. But now I'm thinking about it, and it's really difficult not to Jan. I'm sorry. I won't do it. I refuse. If I just manually breathe, it won't happen. Hello? Please let me through. Please. Thank you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I take no responsibility for this. You are the one who mentioned it. Unless I did yawn and I don't remember. In which case, I apologize. Damn. That's my bad. What's that? Pestilence? Gross. I don't want that. Again, please. We're getting there. I mean, we've already done what? 100? We've already done 150 runs today. What's 4 more? 5 more. Actually, we've done 151 more. So what's 5? Not a problem is what it is. Yeah, because we get like 10 million a run, so we want 1.5 billion. That's 150. And I'll do it again tomorrow too. No one can stop me. But like I said, it won't take me till 12 hours of being live to get it done tomorrow. It'll only be like half that. please. I got stuck on a lamppost. I say I'll do it again tomorrow, but I guess I mean today. But then again, even by the most technical definitions, I will be doing it again tomorrow as well. Every day till Sunday. Well, including Sunday. Yeah, I don't blame you. Frankly, if I didn't already have so much experience doing dumb shit like this for extremely long hours, I would not be having an easy time right now either. In Path of Exile, this is actually probably one of the dumbest things I did as far as this genre of video game. But in Path of Exile, you start out as your brand new character on a beach, like standing next to a guy who's like laying against a log, kind of dying. There's like a dead body next to him. So you wake up because you just washed up on the same beach yourself. You talk to that guy, and he says some stuff, and then the dead body next to him wakes up, because it was a zombie, turns out, and kills the shit out of him. So you kill the zombie, start walking down the beach to try and find civilization or something, and there's zombies all over the place, and when you get to the place where there is actually civilization, there's like this giant-ass zombie named Hillock, and he has a sword jammed through his chest, and while you're fighting him, you get him to like half health or so, and he rips the sword out of his chest and starts hitting you with it, and he like heals himself a bunch. And so you kill him, and then the door opens to go to town, and then once you go into town, you can never go back into that starting zone again. So you move beyond it. But it turns out, someone told me when I first started playing Path of Exile. What game is this? Path of Exile. One of the big competitors with Diablo, the Diablo series. So, but it turns out, if you somehow get a character to level 5 in that zone, or it was like 3, 4, or 5. I don't remember what the threshold was. If you get a character to that level threshold in that zone, and then go to fight Hillock, the boss, there's a very, very, very small chance that he spawns with a special sword in his chest that's like super ultra strong for that point in the game. It's not like a crazy item when you get to the end, but for early on, it's like bananas. It's insane. So someone told me that when I was brand new to Path of Exile, and I was like, oh shit, I want it. Let me do that. Yeah, sure, I'll go for it. And so the thing is, the only way to level up a character to the level threshold in that zone is to run it over and over again. But since you can't reset the zone manually, you have to log out of the character for a couple minutes and then go back in. And then everything's back. So the strategy is, instead of making one character and then waiting the couple minutes for it to reset, you make a character, run through it, kill all the zombies, and then log out, go to another character, do it again, and then go to another character and do it again, and then go back to the first one and just keep doing that till they're all like the level 3 or 4 or whatever. And then eventually they'll all be at the level threshold, so you just go keep checking the boss until he has the special sword. The thing is, that shit took me, I did it. I said, you know what, I'm gonna do it as long as it takes. And so I did, and it took me 12 hours of doing the exact same thing over and over again. And then some motherfucker who I don't know, who was like a supportive viewer of the channel, and I love them dearly. They've been very kind. However, that motherfucker was like, yo, how much would it cost for me to, like, how much would I have to donate to you to delete that sword right now? And me, being dumb, I picked a number and I was like, there's no way you will give me this much money to delete a sword in a video game. Like, there's no shot. So I was like, $300. Two minutes later, this motherfucker sent me $400. I can't go back on my word at that point. I deleted that shit. It was one of the most painful things I ever did. So then I decided to do it again, like a month or two later, and it took me 14 hours that time. It was one of the worst things ever. Was it dead, Mother? I was too busy thinking about the sword I deleted. I didn't notice. And this actually happened like literally 5 years ago, and it still hurts like yesterday. Try to not hop that? You're kidding. Bro. Sora, what happened? You've been doing so good this whole time. I did, and that's the whole reason I was able to afford this nice mic and the other equipment that goes with it, but like... And I've been using it pretty regularly for 5 years now, but still, it's the principle, okay? The pain does not go away. So yeah, ultimately I can't be mad at the person. It was very kind. However, it still hurts. But this should be... yeah, this will do it. The final one. Aha! Mother's Judgment. Yes, that makes 10 bosses. That is the other human boss that I forgot about. That puts us at a grand total of, I don't know, more than $1.5 billion, which was our goal, so that's what matters. It was like 1,553,000,000 or something. Get dabbed on video game. Thank you, thank you. So we have 12 levels left, and we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. points. What am I going to do with the other 3? I guess down here. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate you hanging out. Definitely helped keep me awake. Because I was falling asleep for sure. But my friends, it is that time for me to go to sleep. So I appreciate you watching. Hope you've enjoyed. If you did and you've not already, make sure you smack the subscribe button and the like button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you smack the follow button. And come see me again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern US time, or like New York City time, if whichever way is easier for you. You as well, Bobby. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for more pit runs.